Buenos días, vamos a partir en unos minutos más, así que vamos a partir con la primera sesión. Estamos esperando que llegue un poco más de gente, así que vamos a esperar unos minutos. Gracias. escucha? Ah, ya. Buenos días, por favor, los que están fuera del salón de presentaciones, si pueden ingresar, vamos a empezar la jornada de hoy. Muchas gracias. Los invito a pasar a la sala de presentaciones. Muchas gracias. Buenos días, si pueden ir ingresando y tomando asiento. Agradezco también que se puedan sentar en la primera fila. No es necesario que estén tan atrás. Pueden sentarse adelante, no pasa nada. Dale, gracias. Pueden ocupar los asientos adelante sin problema. Por favor, muchas gracias. Muy buenos días, bienvenidos a esta segunda jornada de este gran evento de Acelerando NDC en temas de transporte sostenible y electromovilidad. Espero que hayan disfrutado la jornada de ayer, que fue bastante larga y se vieron bastantes temas.
Long and we reviewed a lot of topics, but the idea was to share different experiences of all the countries that are joining us today. So hopefully you enjoyed and you had great conversations. Today we have a shorter day, but interesting as well. We are going to review issues regarding financing, as we know is one of the biggest issues that we have in managing efficient and fast measures to meet the NDC goals of different countries. So I would like to start by telling you about the agenda for today. We have the first session where we're going to talk about the tax expectation and estimating necessities for the transition for sustainable transport in Chile. Then we're going to continue with a presentation of a study that we were reviewing yesterday, done by the UNDP, where we can see the progress and goals achieved by different countries regarding low-emission transport. And then we have two more panels, and we will continue after lunch, and we will continue seeing issues about transport and financing, and then we will have the closure at around 3 p.m. where we will hear from Vietnam and Maldives. So please stay with us, keep listening, and of course having dialogues amongst yourselves in the spaces that we have for that. So without any further ado, I would like to start by introducing our presenters and panelists for today. As I was telling you, this first session is to talk about tax expectations and finance planning for sustainable transport in Chile, with the goal of being zero emissions by 2050. So I would like to start by introducing our colleague because she's part of the Climate Promise team. Susan's been working with us from 2008, focusing on climate. She has developed different strategies for the UNDP, and she has also led the analysis work for climate strategies for adaptation. She's worked in the UNESCO in Bangkok. Also, she's worked in the German Ministry of Economics and in On Ambiente and in the GNC in the past. And she's been working in the UNDP for a long time. And my name is Paloma. I didn't introduce myself. She's been a real support for me in these issues. Then I would like to introduce Mr. Patricio Sepúlveda. He is Chief of Public Tax Office. He's a senior advisor. He's a commercial engineer with an emphasis in economics, and he has a postgraduate degree in economics, financial economics. His experience is very important in the allocation of bonuses of high numbers and figures. And today we have the great opportunity for him to tell us about the experience that Chile has in issuing thematic bonds. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Susan. And then I would like to introduce Fernando Cordova. Fernando is currently national coordinator of the project that we have along with the Ministry of Finance to diversify different issues regarding climate change. For example, identifying the expense that Chile has in climate change. He has worked with the UNDP from 2020, and before that, he is a commercial engineer from Universidad del Paraíso, and he has over 20 years of work experience in issues regarding climate change, sustainability, and finances. So, Fernando, thank you so much. So, we will now start with Patricio's presentation from the Treasury Department from the Ministry of Finance. After his presentation, we will have a moment for Susan and Fernando and for their presentations. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Paloma. Thank you, Fernando, for the invitation. Thank you to the UNDP. For me, it's a joy to be here because in the last 5 years we've been issuing these thematic bonds, green bonds, regular bonds, and the last one that was issued to sustainability. So my idea in these 15 minutes is to tell you very quickly about what we've been doing, what is the context of what the Ministry of Finance is doing with these kinds of bonds. The presentation here, I'm going to go over some slides very quickly because I had to adjust my timing because I thought it was going to be half an hour. This is why the presentation and slides are a bit longer, but I will go over them quickly. This slide was presented in every event with every national and international investor that shows the global perspective of the government and of the state regarding the commitment of the Chilean state. Because we have a regulatory framework, I'm not going to go into further detail, but we review the law regarding climate change. We have the NDC goals, which is very relevant. And one of the bonds that we have issued is based on the compliance of the goals, on meeting the goals of Chile with its NDCs. And after that, we have an amount of public policies. We can see some of them. It has to do with electromobility, and even green hydrogen that we've been developing as of late. And then you can see the curve where you can see the evolution of renewable non-conventional energies. And we have had a very meaningful increase in the last few months to reach carbon neutrality. But we might reach some 90%, 80% of renewable energies between the electrical grid. Going now to the next slide, I would like to tell you what the Ministry of Finance has done. In this way, what the ministry has done is been a contribution to this commitment that Chile has taken when facing climate change. We started this around 2019 through the first green bond that we issued, and we prepared a framework to be able to issue the green bonds. And then over time, we've expanded through the emission of social bonds and the other bonds that are linked to sustainability. In here, in terms of size, you can see that in 2019 we issued around 22% of our emissions were through green bonds. Then on 2020 was almost 50%. 2021 was the record of almost 66%, and last year was 53%. And as a result of all of this, we have a ratio with our portfolio that reaches 31%, which is actually a worldwide record. This represents around $32 billion. And on the slide, on the bottom right, you can see the composition in terms of green bonds, social bonds, sustainable bonds, etc. And along with this, what we've been proposing since 2019 is that given that we have an elemental, a crucial element, we can see the development of these instruments. And it is crucial. And this is not just for diversifying our investors' database, but also to attract investors, to encourage and boost our infrastructure in Chile to be more resilient when facing climate change. These slides shows a bit more information. I can send this presentation. This is the evolution of the different frameworks that we've prepared in the Public Debt Office. And in here, one of the things that we would like to promote is that we have a 32% of the debt with this instrument, and our goal is to reach 2026 up to 50%. So this is also a commitment coming from the state to encourage and increase the commitment that the country has with these kinds of economic instruments, because we think it encourages the financing to face climate change. I'm going to skip this one, and I'm going to directly talk about quickly the difference between the green bond, the social bond, and the sustainable bond. Of course, beyond the definition, I think the sustainable bond is a combination between the green bonds and the social bonds. But the most relevant thing here is that the bonds that are called the user proceeds are associated to a specific project, and as we're going to see further on, the other bonds related to sustainability has goals associated to it that you need to meet. In the case of non-compliance, there's a financial punishment. I'm going to skip some of these. Here you can see basically the different projects that we have among green bonds, which is clean transport, energy efficiency, renewable energy, natural resources and use of soil, and management that's resilient and resistant to climate change, and green buildings. And when it comes to our goals, they should be expressed through the report. For example, when we're building photovoltaic units to avoid greenhouse events, also reduce these greenhouse gases, and we can see that there's a concept of expense in green projects, and on the other hand, there's a commitment of reporting what is the impact of this investment. In this slide, we can see the other projects that have to do with the social aspect. And I'm going to go straight to the last section, that are sustainably linked bonds. And now, more than what you see on the screen, I want to explain why the Ministry of Finance decided for this, because we have an important portfolio of green projects, social projects, but we realized that these bonds, in English is SLB, sustainability linked bonds, they have the plus or the added value of the investor to measure the goal that the issuer is meeting. We were the first issuer to emit these kinds of bonds. They already existed, but in a sovereign level was a challenge to find a goal that might be relevant for the investors on one hand, and on the other hand, that the goal itself, that is the number or the objective it has, can be ambitious enough for the investor. When facing this joint effort that we would like to face together. So why do we think that this adds value to the Ministry of Treasury? Because this adds to the incentives from the ministry in order to do public policies in terms of joint effort with the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Housing, the Ministry of Agriculture, for example, the Ministry of Social Development with their own social systems, in order to meet the goal and so that we don't have to pay the penalty. So these bonds, how are they supporting public policies? By themselves, the resources do not go directly to the projects or their initiatives or their tax effort, but the Ministry of Treasury, which is a very powerful ministry, by seeing that the goal is not being met, we will need to push or spend so that they can meet the goal. So in the case of the bond that we issued in March 2022, for the first issuance of this bond, we were based on the first commitment that Chile assumed on the Paris Agreement. This is NDC mitigation, reaching a very important figure for 2030 of decreased emissions. This was very ambitious on the one hand, because it analyzes the kind of goal that we are facing, and the second goal that has to do with renewable energy, non-conventional source of energy. We set for ourselves a very ambitious goal, highly ambitious, by this institution that provided their opinion, which was to reach 60% of renewable non-conventional energy by 2032. Let's remember that by the end of last year, there was only 27. So this means almost twice as much in a bit less than 7-8 years. So this was considered to be very relevant. The message here is that we, with these bonds, the ministry implements, spends, but on the other hand, they have another kind of instruments that not necessarily has a tax spend. And I'm going to brush over this. For example, the growth of renewable non-conventional energies it's because of a regulatory change. 15 years ago was 5% and now we are reaching over 30%, and this was because a management from the government regarding regulatory changes, the public and private alliances. We have a new platform, a new design of the electrical grid in Chile, which encourages non-conventional renewable energy. So this was an effort of the state in terms of tax expense, but rather it was a joint effort. So I think this is an example that allows for this instrument of bonds linked to sustainability. They don't have a direct one-on-one relationship, but the ministry is going to be very concerned if they meet or not the goal, and they will have to pay a penalty if they don't meet the goal. So I'm going to stop here. I don't know if I'm over my time, but I am available for answering any question.
Thanks, Patricio. I would like to invite now Susan Ovitz now to continue with the following presentation. Susan, together with Fernando, are going to talk to us about the macroeconomic evaluation with the investment and financial flow assessment tool, and this will go to Chile 2050 in the IFF.
I'm going to make my presentation in English.
Voy a hacer mi presentación en inglés, así que cualquiera de ustedes
To still get some translation. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue. A very good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to be here in Chile. It's actually the first time for me that I'm in Chile and to be contributing to this event. I'm going to talk about a macroeconomic assessment that Chile has done, and I'd like to take a bit of a step back in the beginning. Yesterday, we heard a number of countries' contribution, I think very impressive ones, about how different countries are really dealing with the impacts of climate change in the transport sector. And today we're going to take a look at how countries can deal with this from the perspective of finance. How can we actually really finance towards a solution in the transport sector? And just to recall, I mean, we have been hearing yesterday quite a few examples, some stick with me, from the Caribbean, for instance, with the devastating impacts on the infrastructure and others. In what kind of circumstances we're trying to do this, right? I mean, the world is navigating challenging times. We're seeing more and more severe impacts of climate change. We're navigating an ongoing pandemic. We are seeing political instability increasing in a lot of regions, including the global effects of the war in Ukraine. We're seeing rising fuel and food prices and also disrupted supply chains all over the world. So that already gives policymakers a lot to deal with. And yet it is so important that climate action takes place and is being paid for. And to make sure that, on the one hand, governments are putting sufficient expenditure within their national budgets to be able to address these challenges, but then also for international finance to be scaled up to address these challenges, to make sure that those countries who are at the front lines of feeling the effects of climate change really get financial support from those countries who are primarily responsible for the problem. And so this is where UNDP comes in. Thank you. This is where UNDP comes in. UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme, offers a menu of different approaches, methodologies, tools to assist countries to deal with these financial questions of how can we finance that, what is needed, from which sources can it come, how to break down these overall visions and targets, national climate targets, into really concrete steps of action that actually can be financed and can be implemented. And as discussed yesterday, of course, the transport sector is what we want to focus on these days, and is also, and is also a sector that is responsible for a large share of emissions in many countries. So we're going to present an example from Chile. This work took place under the UNDP Climate Promise. As you may be familiar with, the Climate Promise is the world's largest offer to assist countries to address climate change. We have 127 countries and territories that are covered and part of this big climate promise family, and actually all countries represented here, I know from near and from far both, that have been coming here to Santiago are part of this climate promise family. We also are collaborating with not less than 35 different partners and partner organizations to really make sure that we are bringing all the best expertise together. So, UNDP has a very, very long-standing relation with Chile and with the government of Chile, and Chile has accomplished great work actually that we would like to present here. And one special feature about this work that happened in Chile is that Chile really very strategically took together different methodologies, different tools that exist, and really merged them all towards like a really tailored solution that is tailored to the national context of Chile. If we can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So what did Chile do? Chile did a financial assessment of the transport sector in Chile. And as you can imagine, this is a very, very, very simplified illustration of what happened. But I'm still going to use it. So basically what Chile and what many other countries did is the following. Chile selected historical data from the past until now in terms of financial information, in terms of expenditures. And then the country establishes what we call a baseline scenario. So it's basically a continuation of what was happening in the past and just extrapolating it into the future. And then the country comes up with a target scenario. And the target scenario, as you can imagine, sometimes has values, financial values that are higher than the baseline scenario, meaning that we are talking about additional costs. But there are also instances in which the target scenario has values lower than the baseline, meaning that we are talking about savings. And as you can see that this is a very simplified illustration because, of course, when we are talking about scenario, it's not just one line of information. There's plenty of information. There's information disaggregated, whether this is public finance, private finance, household finance. We are talking about different sectors that are being covered in the carbon neutral strategy of Chile up to 2050 that would cover sectors including residential sector, transport sector, industry, mining, all of that. It will also include different measures under each of these different sectors. It will also include disaggregated information according to each year. So that is to say that, of course, this is just an exemplified line that is just one set of data that stands for a whole landscape of information, of course. So why do we do bothering really about coming up with a baseline and then with a target scenario? The whole idea is this is like the added value of this assessment. There's many other exercises where countries basically just do costing exercises, meaning like adding up some costs of certain like activities and measures and initiatives and then say, okay, this is our cost of addressing climate change. Doing this kind of assumes that you are continuing business as usual plus some activities on top. But usually the difficulty and the problem exists in the business as usual, no? I mean, we are talking about like fossil fuel subsidies, we are talking about perverse incentives, all of that. So by really doing a baseline and a target scenario really offers to a country to really assess how to shift the baseline and what needs to be even shifted within the existing finance in the country and then what is needed on top also to address it. Also, having a baseline helps countries and policymakers to see also doing nothing comes at a cost. Because often the public perception is like, okay, dealing with climate change, it costs us so much money, we better don't do anything. So this really helps policymakers to see that also like continuing business as usual typically comes with increasing costs going forward. And this really helps also doing such an assessment helps policymakers make a business case for action and to see that actually, you know, one can also achieve savings. Typically, for instance, if we talk about either like energy grids or water grids or like any ways where you're increasing efficiency, energy efficiency, or you reduce leakages, all of that. With that general assessment having taken place, the very special thing why I wanted to mention this for Chile specifically is that we have a very, very nice outcome of this work that was taking place in Chile. Because in Chile, really, this assessment did not only take place as a one-off exercise to inform policymakers, but these kind of thoughts have been really institutionalized also in the government. So Chile is the first country that has been applying these type of tools to support its nationally determined contribution, the national climate change targets, as well as its long-term strategy and the 2050 net zero roadmap. So the Ministry of Finance and the Public Budget Office adopted these tools to create Chile's climate fiscal framework. And one thing that is noteworthy about this is that this work was carried out while Chile was co-chairing the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action between 2019 and 21. So that is really a global coalition of finance ministers to address climate change, and Chile was co-chairing this at this time, so also having a special visibility in this area. Then in March last year, the Ministry of Finance published its climate change finance strategy that was also building on this work. And I'm mentioning that because also based on this work together with UNDP, there was a climate expenditure framework developed for the National Budget Office that included an article in the National Budget Law to report climate expenditures to the National Congress. So I'm mentioning that to say that based on this work, the result was that this type of information had to be reported towards the National Congress, meaning that climate finance is being considered in a systematic way in national budgets going forward, which is a big step to take for a country, of course. So that was ex post information, but also in terms of ex ante information. This is happening because in last May, the Ministry of Finance requested all ministries that they will also report on these climate finance relevant expenditures. And with this, I think this is really a great success and a very good collaboration that we are very happy with to present here. And I'll now invite my colleague, Fernando Córdoba, to also say a bit more about the actual assessment that took place. Thank you so much.
Hola. Muy buenos días.
Hello, good morning. While the presentation returns, my name is Fernando Córdoba. I am a coordinator of the technical assistance to drafting a fiscal framework for financing measures against climate change. Now, we have developed these different kinds of activities within the project and technical assistance, and the idea is to tell you a little bit more in specific at an issue. Now, if you use this QR code, you can see there the publication we're going to talk to you about, which was the application of the investment IFF methodology to the carbon neutral of the energy sector in Chile. Now, while we get the presentation, is that we took advantage of a process that was already ongoing within the Ministry of Energy. This work has been developed thanks to the collaboration of UNDP on one side and also another consultants, but with a great collaboration from the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Energy. The same presentation we were watching before. Well, these things happen. So all this has been a collaborative work where we've used the opportunity to apply UNDP methodology to add value to the government and provide information that is adequate for the decision-making process. So we have to tell you about the main results we had on this context, what the information we used as a baseline for this analysis, and which are the results and implications we have. So, going directly to the results, in order not to bore you, what did we do? We took the planning long-term energy planning exercise in the Ministry of Energy, which is a 5-year process, and we forecast the energy scenario in 30 years. In the future. So we defined a base scenario, but also an optimal one where the energy sector should arrive after 30 years. One of those, and we've already talked about it, we saw it yesterday, aims that Chile should be carbon neutral in 2050. We took the information of that scenario, we reviewed it completely, and we could identify that through this process developed by the Ministry of Energy, we generate very valuable information that we could be analyzed by the IFF methodology. In that sense, you can see that this process of energy planning for long term has 45 measures, among which we have the transportation sectors, and it includes 10 measures. It talks about the electromobility processes, energy efficiency, exchange of vehicles to move to electric vehicles in light transportation as well as public, heavy transportation as well. But also it shows other measures, residential measures in the public space, in commercial space where you can see the industry of mining with 19 measures. We also heard talking about the mining scenario yesterday, and we can identify that all these 45 measures had very valuable information that could be analyzed at the level of investment flow, maintenance operation, and also financial and programmatic costs, which are derived cost, annex cost, financing, so information campaigns, etc., different from those which we have developed. So what did we get after we had all this information? We broke it down, we broke down all the measures, and we separated them in investment flows and also maintenance flows. We understand that there's a very relevant investment that needs to be conducted, $260 billion by 2050, and this needs to be carried out in time regarding this process. But this brings together very significant savings of more than $500 billion in operation and maintenance. Part of the presentations were talking about how you actually paid for the investment that you could develop in energy efficiency, renewable energy. The Minister of Energy mentioned some study cases where people from some businesses have achieved significant savings and had survived the pandemic thanks to these processes of renewable energy. So in specific, in the transportation sector, you can see in the first section an investment of $155 billion, which will save $267 billion. So we could prove that it was very efficient and significant savings would be achieved in this process. Now in the graph on the left, you can see how overall the investment is significant until 2030, and later the savings will contribute to for a negative curve, achieving the savings, overcoming investments in this process. Following this up, what did we do? We broke down each one of these measures and the operation and maintenance costs that we had, and we assigned them to the different bodies that should be behind these processes. That is why we broke them down in state, government, businesses, and homes, with the IFF methodology for each one of these sectors and for each of the years. In the QR that I mentioned, you can see more details in this process, and we were able to identify how, overall, the homes which are most benefited with these processes of energy efficiency, specifically, there's a very cost-efficient measure associated to the exchange, habitability, or energy reconditioning in the homes. In the southern area in Chile, there's an energy loss due to the cold over there, and how people many times is inefficient in heating their homes. So this ended up being a very cost-efficient measure with a very small investment. You can see significant savings. You can see that $261 billion in savings to the home, followed by the companies. Now, the government is in an almost balanced margin regarding the investment and savings achieved, because the government in itself, regardless of the scenario that happens, generates the measures for these initiatives to be carried out. So it depends on other factors to achieve these optimal points of carbon neutrality. There are other scenarios that maybe are a little bit more pessimistic or optimistic, but it depends on a lot of factors. Finally, telling you that which are the challenges and implications we see in this information. Firstly, we always aim in this process, together with the other consulting and the activities we develop from the project, to complement decision making, to develop and deliver information that is good for decision makers to define the courses of action. And that line in our project, we not only focus on the investment and financing flow, but we also work in the itemization of the public spending in climate change. So we have still a lot to go, because our government framework or fiscal framework requires of the private sector. So we're also supporting the Ministry of Finance in the budget bureaus to see which are the best alternatives to identify private expenditure on climate change, and this involves a lot of players. Now, continuing with this, we're finalizing a macroeconomic impact evaluation on this process that complements these figures and allows us to identify which are the impacts on the GDP, on inflation, among other things, of each one of these measures, and at an aggregate level, how we generate results with this. So we will issue a policy brief with a mix of both development of the processes. Well, it should be an input to determine gaps in climate financing. Chile, related to the following point, Chile has a lot of instruments, like it was mentioned by Patricio, the long-term climate strategy, the framework law on climate change, and the Ministry of Finance has a financial strategy for climate change. Now, what is the cost of this? How much each measure is going to cost? We consider that our IFF report could help complement this process to be able to later determine which is the cost of this process. The INC also in climate spending, and identify what we have and also the gap that we should aim at. And obviously, related to the last point, we can see here, overall, the alliances and necessary incentives to be able to carry out these investments that we have seen that the private sector needs to carry out, and with private-public partnerships and generation of instruments that allow finally the decisive action and the achievement of each one of these commitments. So I invite you to review the document. We will be happy to be able to share details with you, and obviously we will be attentive to your questions. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Fernando.
Thank you, Fernando. I invite Patricio, Fernando, and Susan to be a few minutes with us on stage, and we're going to talk to them a little bit. Can you hear me? Very well. Thank you very much for your presentations. I know that this is a pretty heavy subject, but the idea is for us to be able to generate a conversation, to be able to better understand what you have told us, and also have some view of you regarding this use of this financial instruments and methodological analysis that will help us understand how much it needs to be investment to achieve certain goals. I would like to begin with you, Patricio, asking you if in all the experience you've had in placing bonds in the market, do you consider that this has been relevant for the transportation sector, and if this sector attracts investors? I would say yes, because really the investors, there are several types of investors. Some are more sophisticated than others, but the transportation sector in Chile, given the characteristics it has regarding the impact on pollution and all that has to do with the particle produced by the use of not clean transportation. We have almost 95% of the green bonds are related with clean transportation, being a subway or bus systems, but also the electric part is really relevant. So we finance, in a way, the subsidizing to the rate, so it's not so high, to the tickets. Yes. Green taxes is something that we, in a certain way, we subsidized. And everything that is, for example, railroad transportation. In this case, the government supports the government-owned railway company. So transportation is key. We would even like to have more in different sectors or industries, but public transportation and clean transportation overall under green bonds has been fundamental. Regretfully, as a matter of fact, the first years when we issued in 2019, 2020, we had a lot because we had several subway lines to build, but every time, in time, we have less and less because you can't build every year a subway line. One is very expensive and also it's not planned, but we hope that we are able from the government to continue cooperating with our fiscal effort as well as the private effort. We have a lot of experience in concessions. That is something that is done a lot in Chile to develop all that infrastructure for clean transportation. And another line also related to this, do you believe there's a space, because this instrument of the government bonds, do you believe there's a space to be able to create financial instruments, but that would allow the private world a more active participation to be able to get more climate change financing? Is there any incentive for that? Not really. But it has to do more with the government is going to carry out all the effort. If we're not achieving a goal, obviously the government is going to find all the mechanisms, maybe higher public investment or expenditure or more cooperation with the private sector. Maybe it could be something that in some countries is done, some, for example, paying less taxes, some to encourage the building of infrastructure or projects that mean a more sustainable economy for Chile, so that there's an indirect incentive, because the government can do this, to focus some things through cooperation or some tax exemption. And in that line, Susan, I would like to ask, considering the experience you have to being with seeing in different countries in the region, how advanced do you believe the countries are in financing activities for NDCs? Do they have the necessary instruments? Do you believe there is a financial gap that's too big? Please give us your opinion.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Sí creo que definitivamente mucho.
The last few years, I think we have been coming a long way, considering that we started more than 15 years back with the Bali roadmap and Bali building plans, and many countries were still trying to get their head around what it really takes to address climate change. We are now seeing also globally, looking at the different countries. We saw 127 that are part of the climate promise, basically all of them doing work on climate finance to different degrees of advancement, I would say. But most countries are right now in a process of trying to break down the overall climate change national targets, the nationally determined contributions, into more concrete steps of action that actually can be costed and that can be financed and that can be turned into like some more concrete release steps. we also do see that countries tend to take a dual approach. One being to streamline national finance in like trying to make the best out of what is there in terms of finance within the country, how to reallocate the existing public and private finance towards a green agenda and away from a brown agenda. But then, of course, on top of that, much more is needed. And this is, I think, where we still see that there's a lot to do for the international community. We see this in the global climate change negotiations. We saw it strongly coming up in Egypt in the negotiations in November last year. We also saw it in Glasgow in the year before, that really these discussions about the 100 billion goal that developed countries promised to provide to developing countries is very, very far still from being achieved, while at the same time the current estimations are that the needs are even rising. So there's definitely still a lot to do, yes.
Y en ese sentido nos presentaban ahora el ejercicio del IFF.
And in that sense, we were introduced the IFF exercise that was applied to the energy sector. Is it possible to apply this IFF methodology to other sectors? Can you please tell us about this?
Yes,
Sí, definitivamente.
So most countries, and I have also many other very nice pie charts on that, have been dealing with quite a few different countries. So countries have been dealing with energy, forestry, health, water, agriculture, tourism, coastal zones, so many more. We have at least 15 different sectors that countries have done these assessments with. Basically, countries can and are also using this to assess their whole economy if they want. Typically, what we advise countries who are interested in these kind of approaches is rather start with a few sectors and be concrete, maybe just 2 or 3 sectors for the beginning. And then if you find it useful, then you can still expand it to other sectors or to your whole economy. So that's more the approach, to start with something small and concrete, but it definitely can be scaled up.
Perfecto.
Well, thank you very much, Susan. And Fernando, I would like to finish with you and have the possibility, if maybe we will have one question from the audience. But first, I would like you to tell us which are the main challenges you had at the moment of analyzing this, using this IFF methodology for the neutral carbon goal of 2050 in Chile. And please tell us a little bit of how, which would be the next steps we should perform in climate change financing and with the experience you have in Chile. Very well. First, for the challenges we face in this process are the finding information, to have information that allows you to reach good conclusions when you have to develop this kind of methodology. Fortunately for our project, this process of long-term energy planning in the Ministry of Energy is on course, and we first had an exercise, a preliminary carbon neutrality exercise developed by the same ministry. So basically we just leveraged that process that was ongoing and get the information and place it in the language proposed by the IFF methodology. For other processes, as Susan was mentioning, that were performed in other countries, you have to build the information, and that takes a longer time. In this sense, we were able to leverage this information and that was being generated to, as I said, translate it to IFF. Obviously, there is also a challenge, which is communication, to agree between the different parties on how to carry out this process, specifically a process that was developed by a consultant regarding each one of the measures and analyze them in detail and justify adequately why this was, for example, a company responsibility or something related to the homes. To this, we have a very deep sense on the initiatives that are coming behind and how you reach these definitions. Now, regarding the other questions and next steps, at least at the national level, we see, you've seen the exercise of carbon neutrality of the country. We're covering 50% of the carbon neutrality, which is energy. But there's also a challenge maybe in sequestering maybe forests or farming, which is part also of the IFF. But we still have a challenge of how this can be applied in detail in other processes in other areas. We see mitigation here, and Chile is a very small emitter. We represent 0.025% of global emissions. So we should adapt. And in terms of climate financing, it may be complemented with public expenditure, private expenditure. This doubtlessly is the roadmap we should follow to have a full fiscal framework. And what Susan mentioned is also the cost of not doing anything and how this could affect us when we make decisions. Susan, please. Gracias. Si yo puedo solamente agregar a esto, y creo que es algo que vemos como un desafío en muchos países que están haciendo esto, y creo que esto es algo que funcionó particularmente bien en Chile, es que obviamente hacer estas evaluaciones tiene una parte técnica y una parte política. Obviamente durante este tipo de escenarios
requires a lot of technical work and the calculations and the spreadsheets and all of that. But on the other hand, obviously, we need a political process. We need all this buy-in and oversight from the relevant ministries and institutions to really also have the buy-in to then take up the recommendations and the results in future. So, and I think this is something that went particularly well in Chile, this collaboration between the technical and the political side.
Sí, definitivamente yo creo que eso es un punto muy importante, que este tipo de ejercicios, sobre todo cuando involucran a los ministerios de Finanzas o de Hacienda, tiene que ser un ejercicio donde estén involucrados.
It needs to be an exercise where everybody needs to be involved from the beginning to understand what is being done, why it's being done, and under what framework. So they're not isolated exercises, but also part of a collaboration between the different involved institutions that are involved. I don't know if we have any question from the audience. We have space for one question. Okay, two. So, Christian and the lady over there. Thank you very much. Christian Lopez from the from Ecuador project. So, I want to congratulate the team for the presentation and all the exercise of implementing IFF methodology. From Ecuador, we share some exchange spaces for several years, because in Ecuador, we implemented that also in the energy sector, but we ran the exercises. I wanted to mention a small thought that was mentioned by Susan and Fernando, but I believe it's worth to highlight. It's that, for example, in Ecuador, we're building the decarbonization plan for 2050, which is a critical variable to carry out this kind of exercises, to have this long-term planning. So this pilot program we ran is going to be very worthy for us. When we have drafted the whole plan and the exercise a lot more in depth. But in Ecuador, the exercise helped us restructure or build the financing or costing methodology. Now we're of non-conventional renewable energy. We're building this, and the methodology provides us that not only what you need to invest, but also what you save. This is something which is very important in a methodology, to be able to think of carrying this out to a climate change public policy, like regarding financing strategy. We also have a climate change financing strategy. So this adds a lot of value from methodology to be able to, in a way, bring it into the institutions in this climate methodologies. This I wanted to point out. So another question, a last question or comment?
Hi, sorry, I'll speak English.
Hola, disculpen, voy a hablar en inglés.
Very interesting presentations on the macro level assessment and results. I think for me, I have a question in terms of what about countries that are not yet at a sophisticated space as illustrated through Chile. For instance, in Belize, our transport sector, we have a very fragmented space with a lot of small business operators. I know one of the panelists mentioned in terms of financial bonds, and who are able to access those types of bonds. So in terms of Belize, where we have small business operators, what are your recommendations in terms of bridging the gap between having them being able to access financial instruments and also focusing on achieving macro level goals of getting up to our NDCs, as well as towards that sustainability and clean energy. I think one of their concerns has been the lack of finance and access to finance. So how is it that, in line with the principles that were discussed yesterday of leaving no one behind and inclusion, how is it that we bridge that gap to allow for them to access financial instruments?
Thank you. Susan, ¿quieres?
Yes, I'll give it a try. I mean, it's a very valid question, and I think it's one that the world is still grappling with to solve. I think there's a few thoughts that I have on that. I would say from the side, now purely like methodological side that we were presenting here, we've been trying to make these approaches in a way that they can be used in different levels of either technical sophistication or data sophistication. So for instance, we have countries who are, well, if a country, say, has in their sector, they want to assess already fully fledged modeling ongoing, then we don't recommend them to come up with something separate. But of course, they can do the assessment using the systems and the modeling that they have. If a country does not have that, we're offering simple spreadsheets that countries can use to do that. But I realize this is only in part, if at all, answering that question. So I think, yes, definitely in those sectors where we are dealing with like a large number of like smaller actors, it's typically much harder to, of course, address and assess rather than if we are dealing with a sector that has only like a few big suppliers, like maybe in the energy sector. So yes, I think these type of transaction costs is something that we are dealing with a lot in the countries that we work with. In terms of how the smaller business holders can really get improved access to finance, this is, I think, something that's still being hotly debated under the global negotiations. So I feel this is a solution that we are still all working towards. What I can say is that in the global negotiations we are seeing, given that this $100 billion goal did not really fly over the past 10 years, the global community is trying to come up with a new goal that is supposed to be more specific in terms of being broken down towards different countries, towards different activities, towards different sectors, to ensure it will be fairer and more specific than the overall $100 billion goal that existed so far. But I think, yeah, obviously there's still a lot to do still on this space. I can only agree with you. Thank you.
Bien, vamos a dar por finalizado.
Now we are going to end our panel. Thank you very much, all of three of you, for sharing your experience and your vision. And we will continue. Thank you very much.
My name is Denise. I'm a technical advisor for the UNDP for energy mitigation. And I think that the first panel is very linked with the panel that we're going to start now. I'm going to introduce a few words to describe the mission of the UNDP and the perspective of fossil fuels and subsidies. Each year, at least $423 billion are used to subsidize fossil fuels. We just heard that what is foreseen for climate financing is $6 billion that have not been implemented yet. And this means that out of every dollar that is invested in fighting against climate crisis, $4 are investment to maintain and to feed the same crisis. I don't know if any of you know the campaign of the UNDP of last year that was started by a dinosaur, which was called Don't Choose Extinction, which somehow, in a fun twist, tries to locate the issue of fossil fuels around the globe and how harmful they can be for climate and for society. We know that it is important to form fossil fuels and subsidize fossil fuels, but it is also important to do so in a way that will prioritize the most vulnerable ones in this reform. A reform that is progressive, fair, and just, and that can also reduce inequalities. I would say that all of this, and our preference in this case is the transport section, hopefully this reform can accelerate the transition towards low carbon transport and more sustainable transport. The project MOVES from Uruguay, Paola commented this yesterday. Antonio is also going to talk about this, about the mechanisms and some of the lessons learned and successful cases. They have been very creative in using some subsidies and creating a mechanism to use the subsidies that the country already had for the transport sector in order to create a mechanism for accelerating the electrification of buses, of the public transport. I'm not going to go into further detail into this because she's going to address it. I don't want to provide any spoilers. But the UNDP has found this very interesting. It has found a very important challenge for this, for Paraguay, with access to the environmental fund for energy and mining, and also in the environment of Uruguay. And we thought it was very important to see what were the enabling conditions in Uruguay to do this such an innovative mechanism that changes subsidies from fossil fuels to promoting electric mobility. So with this vision, Catherine and John Moreno, they delved deeper into understanding what happened in Uruguay, and we widened that analysis into other countries in Latin America: Costa Rica, Ecuador, Paraguay, Panama, and Colombia, in order to assess what were some of the recommendations for the subsidy system for fossil fuels, so that they can be used in a smart way to leverage other sectors and do this progressive reform, a just reform from subsidies to fossil fuels to other areas for energetic transition and fair transition. So without any further more, I'm going to call Caterine and John Moreno so that they can present the results and recommendations of the study using subsidies for fossil fuels as a mechanism to accelerate transition towards low-emission transport in Latin America. Thank you so much, Luzmila. As Luzmila was commenting, we are working in this study that entails using fossil fuels as a funding mechanism towards electromobility and in public transport in Latin America. The main objectives of this study was to understand what were the dynamics in the region and to build a list of best practices or recommendations that you can see based on the experience of the countries. I think one of the first things is to tell you about this structure and tell you what is the difference in terms of prices, in what was the payback, and just a bit of the conclusions and the next steps. Here, the main element when we did this approximation is that each country starts from different stages, because as it was commented before, there were cases that have a work structure where Uruguay has prices of fuels that is not just prices of market, but they are really a reflection of what it costs to put this fuel in the stations, transport, distribution, etc. So it's not the same to think about the Uruguay's case as Colombia and Ecuador's case, where we see it on this side of the chain, where we have a reference price that if we, for example, if we pick the dollar per gallon of fuel in the United States, we are around $4.3. But on this other side, we have Uruguay with 8.2 and Costa Rica with 6.3, and the different countries in the region are shown on the screen. Why am I saying this? Because when I already have a station prices for market, it's simpler to say I want to focus on subsidies because the prices are already market in the stations. So where we have a part of the region where we have a subsidy, the first proposal is that I have to take the fuel prices into a set of market prices. So the base scenario where I take this leap will vary according to the country. The second thing that we need to take into account is that countries have different strategies. If you remember yesterday, we saw some partition issues. In this issue, there's of course an issue of gas that benefits private users when compared to diesel, because the main users of public transport and cargo transport are not so much. So the subsidy to the gasoline, you can see that there's a balance in the region. We have a group in the country and we have a group on below market price. And we have in diesel, we have a different situation. In diesel, we have a wider group of countries that are under the market price and a smaller group where again we find Uruguay, Costa Rica and Brazil that they are offering prices that are above market price. And the diesel strategy is differential because it affects the cargo group and public transport group. However, keep offering this subsidy in different regions is a problem because some of the countries in the region is what you will see private migration. So there's diesel trucks that are creating a higher problem in terms of air quality. Now, what is the impact? Is how much does the subsidies actually weigh in the region? The subsidies that we are providing to gas and diesel. The price is 0.6 and 1.2% of the region's GDP. And what does this mean? Or why is this important? What does this 1% mean? I'm going to give you as a reference the case that in Colombia, last year we had a tax reform, and this says high people income will have to pay more. We're going to increase the taxes for people. We're going to increase the taxes for companies as well. And all the package of measures that were introduced last year that had a very importance and a very public opposition equals 1% of the GDP. So I do this whole tax reform to provide subsidies to fossil fuels that, as you know, is not the way to work. The nature of the importance of the subsidies in the region will also vary. It will depend on the size of the subsidy and the size of the market. So this graph shows that. So what did we do? We worked on benchmarking, which is picking the 6 countries of the region. We try to look at this from a different starting point. From start is who they are. It's very different to be an importer than an exporter. We know that those who are importers are not the ones that provide subsidies, but rather the exporters are the ones that provide subsidies. So not everything applies to everyone. So importers, Uruguay and Costa Rica, work diesel on market price, and we focused on diesel because we are thinking about how to focus on public transport and cargo. And Paraguay and Panama has subsidies that today, because of the changes of the last few years, come closer to market price. And on the other hand, we have the exporters that are highly subsidized. What is characteristic of these countries? We have a renewal practice that has been working with MOVES program to focus more on subsidies. In the case of Costa Rica, also this is a country that aims at clean energy, electrical clean energy, and step away from fossil fuels. Paraguay and Panama also aligns with other countries, and Panama, in this case, with a policy that has a regression into providing subsidies to public subsidies, specialized gasoline, which is the one that we should least provide subsidies to. And on the other side, we have Ecuador and Colombia. These are very enabling countries for petrol and oil, so they are providing important subsidies in this. What recommendations come from this study? The first one is that it's not easy to say, do I give subsidies or do I not give subsidies? Because they have its pros and cons. Why they should give subsidies? What does it generate, or what is the issue here? First of all, that clearly there is a cost associated to fuel. The tax for fuels creates tax resources for countries, and clearly having a subsidy for fuels generates a distortion in the decision-making process of people that I said before, which is the acquisition of a private fleet, and a scheme where I somehow could differentiate diesel and gas, as I showed before, with different strategies. Now, what happens on the other side? When I give the subsidy, there's a huge group that is benefited, and usually these are vulnerable populations and high incomes that will create a political opposition, and that is the dilemma that many countries are facing, that are trying to disarticulate this. But the cargo unions, taxi unions are very powerful in order to disarticulate this. There's also an issue that has to do with institutional limitations. You can give the subsidies to populations through other mechanisms. What mechanisms? What populations? How vulnerable they are? Through which mechanisms should I provide the mechanisms to? And clearly there's a microeconomic effect where you compare the scenarios of high inflation. Thinking about increasing the tax for diesel makes the costs of cargo, food, and dynamics of inflation will increase. Colombia is 12% inflation in Colombia, and the other countries in the region have similar figures. But clearly it's not because somehow this is not aligned with anything that we've been talking about in this meeting. This is not aligned to the NDC goals of maintaining subsidies for fuels. So the recommendation is in several packages. One is, what do I do with fuels? The second is, how do I build specific measures for the prevention and focalization of the subsidies, and other across-the-board issues like institutions and complementary measures. So I'm going to start with this one, that are the political ones. The first one is that I said before, there's an issue of policies, of prices that actually lead us to reflect the real costs. In many cases, there's not a mechanism that says the reference price, or what is the real price of putting a gallon of gasoline in a station, because there are transport costs, commercialization costs that I should reflect on a price politics. Those who have a closer approximation to this, Uruguay and Panama, and Paraguay. Uruguay, for example, has a reference, which is the calculation of the parity price, which tries to gather this market reference, and also they have an institution and established methodology, something that's not coming from the government. There is an actual procedure, and this is the ULSEA, and it is in charge of doing this calculation. But having that, not on demand or request, but rather to see how much the costs are in reality. Also in Paraguay, they set these kinds of prices in export parity. The other important element is that I always have an estimation of real costs, or I break down the subsidy that I am providing. What do I mean by this is that I have to make the difference between what is the selling price of gasoline, what is the cost of opportunities of putting this into a market, and based on that, do the math. And in the last case, I can see Colombia, which through a concept that was called a tariff stabilization fund to reach funds, you can see on the screen the amount of money that we reached, which is 1,600 billion subsidies for dollars in subsidies in this period. Colombia right now is transitioning towards a breaking down of the gasoline subsidies of out of 400 pesos a month. This is 0.8 cents of the dollar, and it will take us a lot of time to get to the market price because of all the political implications. Another important element is that we can estimate the impact, because the political fear, the government's pressure is that I increase gasoline a bit, and what happens to the economy? What is the actual impact that they have in vulnerable groups? So we need to raise information, we need to gather information to see what is the effect on the macroeconomic variables in vulnerable groups to break the fuels down. The UNDP also, through another study in the case of Bolivia, estimated a reference of this impact, and in this case, for example, an increase of 50% of prices of fuels in Bolivia would have an effect of 5.5 percentage points in the inflation. So clearly, they started thinking about inflation, and this is what creates the political problems. But I should have an indicator of this type, a model that allows me to say at which degree do I do these kinds of implementation, because that is one of the recommendations, that they should be gradual. There are other countries, for example Costa Rica, that also has two studies, one of them done by the public institutions, to do an exercise as that presented in Chile to understand what is the impact of the amount of decarbonization. So here we also have a reference. I'm going to break this down. I'm going to see how it affects socioeconomic groups. Another important element is that we have this broken down when it comes to population subsidies. I'm going to do this new line of massive transport. I'm increasing the quality of public transport because I have to offer alternatives in the quality of service. So they can say, I'm going to leave my car at home, I'm going to take the bus. And again, they should come with compensation measures. For example, I'm not going to give you the subsidy in the truck, but I'm going to give you a package of measures so you can renew your cargo fleet. We have an exercise that we did as part of the study. This exercise basically meant taking the technical tariffs of previous projects in the region and say, what happens if I reimburse the subsidies that I'm giving fossil fuels? And in this case, we see several transitions that would have a meaningful impact. In the case of Bogota, we would go from 80 cents to $1. In the case of Quito, we would go $0.33 to 3.7 in public transport. So this is why the scheme is reflected in the user tariffs, because clearly this means an impact on vulnerable groups or less privileged groups. What I need to think is how to better focalize the subsidies in these different stations. And this is what we want to present now, and what John is going to show you as a reference in the region on how to focus correctly the subsidies and what we're doing in this process. Good morning, everyone. And here we have three kinds of measures with which we can better focus the transport subsidies. First of all, we're going to talk about management of transport. Then we're going to talk about how to analyze the business models, or how do we adapt them. And in the third place, we're going to talk about mechanisms for technical strengthening and appropriation of capacities and knowledge. Well, in the first place, one of our first recommendations that comes from this study is to focus on public transport. This is evident, maybe for everyone here, but the question is, how do we do this? As Catherine mentioned, one of the first issues is to eliminate the subsidies for general access for gasoline and fossil fuels, because the, it doesn't only provide supply the public transport but also people. We should offer this benefit for people that are not within the framework that cannot be allocated with the subsidy. Now, regarding public transport, we should find management schemes that allows us to better use these funds, and maybe one of the options would be through tariff funds, or why not directly to the users' tariffs. And more importantly, these subsidies are not free. They should have something in return. Why? Because, for example, you can demand the public transport operator high levels of quality. You cannot ask this of him if they don't, if there's not any help or subsidy. Or like in the case of Paraguay, the subsidy is against fines that they have with the government. Or in the case of Uruguay, which is very important, that these subsidies should be linked to implemented with social change programs and gender perspective programs. For example, if you hire female drivers, or if there are trainings for women to do administrative and management tasks within public transport, so they can focus, we can focus these subsidies to guarantee this. Another important issue is the subsidies that are conditioned to performance indicators, as the MOVES programs did. This program basically, the vehicles that were supplied, the condition was that, okay, I'm going to give you the subsidy, but you need to tell me how you're doing. You should do reports in terms of technology and technical aspects that will allow us to assess how is the operation performing. What are the performance indicators so that I can offer you the subsidy? On the other hand, we have the issue of financing models, and we need to think differently. It's not just about how much the bus is, how much the operator costs. There are other issues that are related to the cost of property. It's not just purchasing the bus and placing an operator, but you need to go beyond. And first of all, you need to eliminate the distortions because of subsidies, as Catherine was saying, and we should include costs that might have an influence in the business model. Here we refer to fleet control. Charging systems, these are expensive systems that might be subsidized somehow. Maybe. I don't want to subsidize fuel, but I cannot provide a subsidy directly to the acquisition of fleet, but I can change another aspect, or I can maybe the technological control. The idea here is to start thinking differently. And here we have the case of Uruguay. This is a very interesting exercise because it basically shows in the blue bars, it shows the decision maker. The decision maker always wants the cheaper option. But it's not the cheaper because it's affected by subsidies. When we eliminated this, we did a simulation of the finance model. We eliminated the subsidies, and then we started seeing that the real cost of diesel is very high. It stops being attractive for the decision maker. The decision maker is going to start analyzing hybrids, or why not, if those who are focusing on diesel, they're going to focus on electrical mobility, so that it's more appealing to start thinking about electromobility once the distortion of the subsidies is removed. That is one stage that we want to propose, so that each country can consider this option if we eliminated the subsidies. On the other hand, we need to start thinking about different alternatives of financing and cost reduction. For example, we have the case of Chile with a PIU safe model, where it's basically one electrical company that's been 15 years ago. Who would have thought that these kinds of companies would be involved in public transport? But now we have these kinds of companies like Enel that offers the charging system. They have the infrastructure and they supply the fleet. while they have another concessionary for fleet in charge of maintenance. Or in the case of Colombia, another interesting option is trust funds and investment funds, where there are some stakeholders that are already players in the market, but when new stakeholders reach, for example, energy companies that want to enter this business model through a business model that's completely separated from the original operation, that allows to invest in fleet, in charging, in maintenance, etc., and they can maintain a completely separated line of work. And something important here is to start thinking and start considering different models and technologies. Here, basically, what we're going to see is that there's high costs of acquisition for electrical mobility and for the future hydrogen mobility. And these are going to decrease in time, but when you consider maintenance costs and daily operation costs, you need to find this balance that might be very representative or very characteristic of every country when you compare what are the best options. Maybe in one country hybrids work well, where the electric car is better because energy generation is very economic, or even, and as our Argentinian colleagues say, that our options where natural gas for vehicles might be the most economic option and the one that can be implemented right now. So we need to start thinking about different alternatives, implementing pilots, and the other pilots that allow us to start building the business models so that each country can make the best decision as they can. And now to wrap up, in terms of recommendations, when we talk about institutional strengthening, we have basically, our recommendation is creating specialized cells. What are these cells? Unlike a specialized agency understood as a state agency, a public agency that has an end and a mission a long time, these are interinstitutional cells that are composed by professionals of different entities that are going to allow to support in the implementation of concrete.
With temporal cells, which doesn't mean 1 month or 2 months, but we expect cells of 2 or 3 years, or the time the project requires for implementation, and that allows joint work integrated between the different institutions. And an example of this is the Uruguay, the MOIS project, with an interdisciplinary team where part of the Ministry of Industry, Mining, Environment, and other agencies in Uruguay, representatives which had one interdisciplinary roundtable, which was able to provide technical support to the companies who were interested in taking part in this project. And seeing this organizational structure, which was considered midterm or long-term, this helped that the different stakeholders in the companies to be more motivated to participate and enter electromobility. So these cells need to be thought of as a way to change things of the usual things we do in Latin America, and we need to include the different government agencies in the planning of the migration to sustainable transportation means. That was the presentation we had for today. As following steps, I want to share that we are working in the construction of a public policy document, just like the study of the status of advance of the NDCs. And in the following months, we will be publishing the study to share the results and recommendations in subsidizing fuels. I believe that besides the question, I would think that those countries who are facing challenges because today are producers, if they can intervene, telling us from your experience what are the difficulties and the challenges they face in the process of fuel subsidizing, and this has included Latin America. Maybe we should hear from the Caribbean countries on their challenges and what's the dynamic of current status in subsidy policies.
Muchas gracias, buenos días con todos.
Good morning. Jose Bermudez from Mining and Energy Ministry of Ecuador. In Ecuador, although it is true that the transportation sector uses about 23.3 million of oil barrels, of diesel, we have an industry sector that uses double that, which is the shrimp industry. We are the second country of exporting shrimp in the world. We sold $43 million in shrimps to Chile. Our shrimp goes mainly to China and the US, but we had a great forecast to going to Europe. Our exports of shrimp reached $5.3 billion. And this sector had a diesel subsidy. They consume about 54 million gallons of diesel every year. And this subsidy was eliminated in December 2022, going from a cost of $0.83 to $3.15 per gallon. With a great effort, today we have a loan from the IDB, and we're generating another, we're working on another loan by GAP to electrify the sector and to convert their ICE to move to electric drive on their aeration systems needed by the shrimp ponds. This will cost $700 million. The IDB already granted a loan of $300 million, and now we are in this project implementing the new electrical grid. So we're using these means, which is not just removing the subsidy, because although it is true that in the time we wanted to remove the subsidy for the transportation sector, and in 4 years we had 10 governments. So it causes a lot of problems to our democracy and therefore the development. The last strike in 2022 cost us $1 billion in 18 days of strike. The losses were estimated in $1 billion. So we're not insisting in that. We have invested $2 billion in the subway for the city of Quito, which is our capital, with approximately 3 million people, and it should begin operating this month or the next month. The works are already ready. Now we're defining the rate, the actual how much are going to charge for the tickets, and then I understand that another work is going to be opened. So in transportation, we have electricity. Cuenca has a year with a tram, which is also electric, and we are implementing the energy efficiency bill since 2019. This energy efficiency bill eliminated VAT for import of electric vehicles and the ICE, which is another important tax. We have private number of cars, which is 900 privately owned electric vehicles. The energy efficiency law in Article 14 establishes that in 2025 we will not be able to import ICE buses. We will only allow electric buses to be imported. Why? Because our energy matrix has a 90% of hydro, and we want to use all that energy. So at night, charge electric vehicles. That's the situation we're trying to use to decrease the cost of fuel subsidy. Thank you very much. Thank you for your intervention. We're a little bit late, but the discussion is very interesting. Maybe a last comment or question. Very brief, the previous comment, maybe Catherine or someone in this space can tell us a little bit about how we can work on eliminating the subsidies to fossil fuels without causing a social uprising. Exactly, this is what the study tries to address. First, this needs to be gradual. An example is Colombia, 8 cents per month. And we're going in time making the transition. The other one is the comment of focalizing subsidies. And in that sense, the experience Uruguay has is interesting, because what was done in Uruguay is that the bus cost $380,000 to include an electric bus and be able to electrify. So Uruguay, what they did is they didn't have the problem of how they introduced the electric fleet. So I will give $240,000 in subsidies to the bus, not to the diesel, like the rest of the transportation operates. So that's the other component, is to compensate. So I deliver it to you, the subsidy, but I give it to you in the right way, through the right channel, and I deliver it in a value for those of you who want an electric fleet. So the way I do this is that I make understand this with communication and financial models. I'm not going to have this social impact. I'm not going to raise your public transportation fee. I am not going to raise your ton cost per ton, but I will focalize your subsidy. I will deliver it through repayment of the fleet renewal installments. So you need to have a strong communication strategy and also a financial model, so that they are going to understand that they're going to remove the subsidy, but not the amount, but the way in which we deliver it. I will not deliver it to the gallon of diesel. I deliver it to buy the bus. And we achieve two things. We remove something which is very harmful from the NDC standpoint, and I use it to accelerate the transition to electric. That's very interesting, because as you can see in this space, this year we're going to cover the issue of Movese in Uruguay, so we can see those strategies that are being worked on to be able to focalize subsidies, because clearly the political blow of saying, oh no, we're just going to raise prices, it's not viable for governments to make that kind of decision. I believe that in the analysis I also invite to look at the study by Catherine, many detailed analysis of the cost of ownership, looking at how all this integration of subsidies to that price, and then we're filing that publication. I believe it's very interesting to look at it in detail, because there are analyses that are very interesting. So this discussion is going to continue after our coffee. There is a panel where we're going to continue talking about financing mechanisms to carbon-free transportation, and how to use better the subsidies, and how to restructure and understand better the structure of the subsidies. Let's go get coffee. Thank you for your attention and participation.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Invitamos a la audiencia a ingresar al salón, por favor. Vamos a comenzar en breves minutos. Por favor, ingresar al salón.
Colegas, les pedimos que tomen asiento, por favor, porque vamos a continuar con el programa. Bueno, continuamos entonces con nuestro programa. Este es el panel número 5 sobre estrategias de transporte de bajas emisiones y el rol de las finanzas
Now we're going to review the
públicas.
strategies and the role of public finances. We have a panel composed by 4 people. We are very thankful for their participation. My name is Javier Bronsman. I'm the Regional Advisor in the integration of the ODS in UNDP, and I'm very pleased to moderate this panel. So, first of all, I want to tell you that this panel is a session where we are going to describe and we're going to talk about the existing alternatives for the financing of sustainable mobility regarding public budget. These schemes might be oriented to planning and the design of these projects and the execution of this project. There are also several stakeholders that offer very useful programs when promoting low or zero emissions program. And we have had the pleasure to have these conversations. In this panel, we are going to see plans for subsidies and the impact that they can have on tax accounts with initiatives such as this one. As you can see, the context of this panel is very well aligned to what we've been discussing in the morning, and very interesting and important challenges that we discussed yesterday. In this panel, we're going to be with Isaac Godoy, member of the board of the Finance Agency for Financing in Uruguay, Carlos Isaac Perez, Vice Minister of Strategy in Costa Rica, and Antonella Tambasco, Advisor in Demand of the Ministry of Industry of the Uruguayan Ministry. Thank you so much for being with us. The idea is that I'm going to ask a question to each of you, and I'm going to ask them as specified, and then I'm going to give the floor to the audience and interventions to complement this discussion. Thank you so much for being with us today. The first question is for Isaac Godoy, and it says the following. I understand that you also have a presentation that will support your intervention, so please, maybe we can see it now. The question is, under the Net Zero program, Net Zero Transport, that is being developed in Paraguay, can you explain what is the vision of the country to finance this program, and what is the role of public-private funds and cooperation funds, and how are they articulated between them? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Javier, for that introduction, and thank you for this opportunity to present what we're doing in Paraguay. I come from the Finance Agency of Development, that is the only second-floor bank, and as a second-floor bank in these 17 years has leveraged development projects for different sectors of the economy, with an important weight in housing of almost 40%, but distributed in other sectors, as you can see on the slide. Our portfolio is around $1 billion, besides channeling loans as a second-floor bank towards 44 financial institutions that are able now to operate with this agency. We also manage the Guarantee Fund for Paraguay. This is a fund that was strengthened throughout the pandemic as many countries in the region. Now we have 39,000 guarantees issued by an amount of $70 million. The agency can also do trust funds. We manage different contracts for different sectors or public programs specifically. And on 2001, the agency has evolved towards a new phase, to a new organizational chart that allows higher autonomy. For example, now the agency can assume the financing without having sovereign guarantee. They can also make progress with the financing of bidded public works, and they can structure investment funds, and they can operate risk and venture capitals. That is basically what the AFD has their capacities in. Now, in terms of public policies, incentives, and regulations, Paraguay has made progress in these aspects in different ways. I'm going to quote and I'm going to take the law of modernization from the year 2019 that had already incorporated the exoneration of the VAT for imports and the first sales of electric vehicles. From that moment, we have this tax incentive. And basically, I wanted to comment about the National Strategy for Electromobility. This is a strategy that has been approved recently, and this strategy was worked on with the Inter-American Bank for Development and other organisms, and this decree creates a strategic council with the objective of coordinating among public institutions. And now the agency is part of this along with all the other entities. And they create the one window, which is a mechanism to have a unique channel to assess and to have a strengthened technical team that can make progress in coordination according to the objectives for 2030. To have a vehicle fleet of public institutions that can be renewed with electric vehicles, 300 charging points, and the public transport fleet should also be renewed with a 10 or 20% electric vehicles of the operating fleet. Within our vision, I'm going to show one of the important axes, and I'm going to talk about financing and offer and demand, supply and demand, on which this project is based on. We started working on this last week. The ANDE has presented the electricity agency in the framework of the national strategy. The AFD in particular has managed with the UNDP and also with the Treasury Ministry and the Vice Ministry of Transport. We have presented a project as a country, and now we have a facility, which is the project that I want to comment. It's a project that's taking their first steps, and it has allowed Paraguay to access cooperation funds from donor countries from the European Union that have basically passed Paraguay's proposal. We are now in a pilot stage. This is just the first steps, and I wanted to mention that Paraguay has been one of the 4 countries selected in the world among the ones that you see on the screen. And Paraguay is the only country that has been benefited with these funds, with the project Public Transport Zero Emissions. What is this operation about? Basically, NAMA facility will provide, through this cooperation, will provide an amount of $9 million so that Paraguay allocates these resources to 300 contributions with a value of $30,000 to acquire electric vehicles. And this aims in the next 5 years we can incorporate these 3 new electric buses to the system's operation. And also through this cooperation, the financed agency will manage a guarantee fund of $10 million. With this guarantee fund, we aim at leveraging $50 million that may be channeled into the transport companies that might access a credit in accessible conditions in order to keep investing or to complement the required financing. And these credits will be complementary to those contributions that enter as a subsidy. The national government, on its end, will avoid the VAT and now the AFD, along with other cooperation organisms and the Inter-American Bank for Development. And in the framework for what we have in the future, we start finding the funds to leverage the next progresses in issues of financing. It is aimed to reach 1,000 units that can be operated, understanding that Paraguay has a huge advantage in the issue of costs to access to energies. And this, of course, contributes in an important degree to the finance mechanism for it to be possible, which makes progress with this project and with the objectives that were set. And also through the project we are going to be able to channel a technical team that will work in training, communications, monitoring, and project management. This is the business scheme. It's a bit more complex. And as I said in summary, these funds will allow us to subsidize one part of the 300 vehicles that will be incorporated. The other part will be through a financing that will be channeled through banks. And what this project allows us is to guarantee or to leverage to make these conditions possible, to have advantageous conditions for these 300 vehicles. And this is also reinforced with the objective of eliminating those units, the older units in the transport, that will allow us to renew our fleet. And of course, with the participation of different institutions that will monitor this process. I just wanted to present that. And we've been working with this in the Asunción in Green City. Thank you. Thank you, Isaac, so much. In the framework, we have the need to improve infrastructure in commercialization strategies for electric mobility. And by creating financial mechanisms that can guarantee that this process is sustainable. Can you comment what kind of financing mechanisms have been developed up to date for the implementation of this strategy? And have you contemplated the inclusion of subsidies to fossil fuels within the same process? Thank you, Javier, and good morning, everyone. My name is Carolina Velázquez. I represent the Environment Ministry of Panama from the climate change area. I wanted to provide some context on what is included in the electric mobility strategy and where it comes from. Basically, in November 2020, we adopted the strategic guidelines of energy transition that was drafted according to the compliance of the objective ODS number 6 for accessible and affordable transport and decentralization, democratization, digitalization, and decarbonization. So, in this transition agenda, the creation of 5 strategies is included in this electric sector. We have the universal access to energy, distributed generation, innovation of the interconnected system of the whole nation, rational and efficient use of energy, and last but not least, electric mobility. Specifically for the electric mobility strategy, we set 4 main goals. And one of them is that by 2030, 10 to 20% of private vehicles should be electric. Between 25% and 50% of the public vehicle fleet should also be electric, and 15 and 30% of buses, of different concessions of public transport should be electric also, and between 25% of private vehicles for that year should be electric. Just like Paraguay, to comply and to meet these goals, in these strategies, we have set different strategic axes where we can see governance, regulations, strategic sectors, and education. And specifically, within strategies, we have creating guidelines for electric vehicles and avoid fossil fuels and allow financing for new business models and entrepreneurships that can access electromobility. So each of these axes, under each of these strategies, we will have subcommissions that will deal with the design of the strategy, and after this strategy they will see the compliance of the same strategy. So we created these incentive commissions that in the first year did studies of the existing regulatory documents, and they issued some resources and recommendations, out of which they took some of these resources to create the law for electric mobility that was passed on 2022 on April. In this law, I can mention the adjustment that was done to the selective tax to the consumption of electric automobiles, where up to December 2030 will be 0%, and then on from January the 1st will be 5%. And for hybrid vehicles will be 10%. And just to have a reference, for fossil fuel vehicles, this goes between 15 and 25%. Additionally, in this law, it is mentioned that the Authority of Public Services should regulate the procedure for the commercialization in the case that the client would want to have charging stations, because in Panama currently reselling electricity is not allowed, and up to now all the charging stations are either free or they are charged by time. And once this is regulated, we expect investments to increase in this charging infrastructure. Another thing that we can mention about the law is that we will exonerate the payment of plates for 5 years for electrical vehicles. Currently, we have a bill of law in the framework of the climate change that is still in the first debate of the National Assembly. Then in one of its articles, it creates the National Fund for Energy Transition. This fund aims at financing programs that are related to mitigating the adaptation to climate change that is aligned to all strategic axes of the transition agenda. So, this would be a priority fund to offer these kinds of programs. And in this fund should come from the state's budget, but we're also aiming at receiving external funds of multilateral banks, just like donations of different organisms and other governments. Another important thing is that Panama is working in the design of a green taxonomy. It is now 70% complete to help financial investors that they can enter the green portfolio, and we are also contemplating the transport sector as a priority. To mention between specific points, the financing that has received Panama currently in cooperation with the IDB. We have a set of positions for electrical buses that will be installed in the old sector of Panama, which is a very touristic sector. So the project goes hand in hand with the tourism agency in Panama. And we also have a roadmap by the tourism agency to install charging stations of these buses that go through the touristic lines. Also, along with the Energy Secretariat and the CAF, we applied funds for the GCF to the Motion program with Paraguay and Uruguay, and also to the e-mobility program with other 8 countries of the region that will invest in fleets of electric vehicles on a large scale, among many other issues. We've also provided support because in Panama we're trying to find support from insurance companies and the bank to create programs, and we have now the Sura insurance company that is insuring up to February. The statistics was 180 electric vehicles and 180 hybrid vehicles and 36 electric vehicles. Also, to start with the changing of the institutional fleet, many institutions have presented bidding processes for acquiring electric cars or charging stations. However, most of them, except one, which is the Ministry for Environment, have been deserted. So, we are working on a framework agreement for sustainable mobility, in which currently 5 companies applied, and now we are in revision of these proposals. We are also focusing a lot, along with the Technical Regulation Agency, we're focusing on the regulations regarding electric mobility and charging stations. And Panama also was very supported technically by readiness and the GSF for a training towards an energy transition. And to finish these subsidies in Panama, currently we have the subsidy for public transport for these metro buses, and from last year we started accessing a subsidy because of the protests and manifestations that happened recently, and we implemented a subsidy for gasoline and diesel, but so far this will finish on April the 1st, 2023, so in a couple of days. That's all from my side. If you have any question, I can happily answer them. Thank you. Thank you, Carolina. We can see in the case of Panama how you can see a mix of different finance sources to which the country has accessed to implement these kinds of transitions and reform. Carlos Isaac, now for you. Let's go now to Costa Rica. The electrical train of the Great Metropolitan Area is one of the most important projects financed by the Central American Bank of American Integration. Can you tell us your experience regarding accessing this financing? Is this considered a green financing? Is it aligned with the NDCs objectives from Costa Rica? That's like 4 questions in one. I love that idea of seeing how people in the environmental sector are starting to speak about financing. This is not very common. And I also love the idea of people dealing with financing climate change and environmental. I think that's what's missing in the central bank. And with that, we could complete the treasury policy. I come from an institution that works on 2 main areas, environment and energy. That's why it's called Ministry of Environment and Energy. So we need to compromise in both sectors. If we consider what we've been discussing, throughout these 2 days regarding energy policy, we have a specific public policy for that. If we consider this only from the environmental and climate change policy, we have another policy. So we have the job of searching what are those common points, what are those alliances, what are those areas in which we should work to comply with our country's objectives in these 2 areas. So those have been the areas that we have seen in this government. This is why we have leadership in the development of the initiative of decarbonization of the economy. When we're talking about this, we're talking about $118 million from now to 2050. And out of which we expect private investment in a 75% and public investment of 25%. Why this? Because we have a critical situation from a tax point of view. Costa Rica cannot afford to invest through the state apparatus. What we have here is that we gather the tax, then we redistribute the expense, and then we decide what is public investment, what is current expense, and we have some limitations. And this is called tax rules. The tax crisis of the last few years have led us to define this and implement this. Therefore, the tax rule is very clear. When the debt that the central government manages exceeds 60% of the GDP, we cannot do any investment of capital. So we need to expect this relationship to go low. Once we go under 60%, then the permanent resources can reach capital investment.
Now, a country which has had certain leadership in climate change, which has promoted international, national, and regional initiatives, must have stopped this its advance due to this limitation. Should we stop investing in decarbonizing the economy? This discussion has been had in the latest months, last 10 months, and we reached the conclusion that we need to find more ingenious mechanisms precisely to be able to advance in this area. Regretfully, we don't have a law of public-private alliances as other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have, but we do have a concession law which we must leverage as much as possible while we manage to get public-private alliances approved in the legislature, where most of the decarbonization investments happen in the economy. And decarbonization of the economy has 2 main pillars. One is energy, which in part brought us here, and another we're promoting. And here a colleague from Chile today mentioned clearly the importance of working in the area of the agricultural sector, use of land, which was also mentioned yesterday, where regionally there is going to be an event with similar characteristics here. I understand it's going to be Climate Promise that's going to advance in this. I hope that's the case, and we invite them so that this event can be carried out in Costa Rica, because we have a national international program we call Sustainable Agro-Landscape, and we believe the agro-industrial sector has something to say, not only in decarbonization, but also in adaptation to climate change during the following years. But let's leave it there. That issue will be discussed at another time. Let's return then to the part of energy in decarbonization of the economy and what corresponds to electrification. When we talk about electrification in Costa Rica, when we have almost 100% electrified the country, we are talking about electrification of mobile sources. I'm going to leave aside the fixed sources because we're already solving that. We're working on that. When a country has a shadow price of carbon equivalent to $40 a ton, companies need to begin thinking seriously that they need to change substantially their and reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. Now, what's being done in the electrification part, because we don't only need to combine it with the substitution of fossil fuels with another renewable energy sources or mobile sources. In this sense, we also need to keep into account that, as many have said here, how to improve the service, how to improve modernity of that service that we need to provide the people so that they keep on using public transportation. And a clear case in Costa Rica is that what has been happening is that people are getting off the bus and get on the motorcycle or their cars. And this increases the number of vehicles and complicates the situation of urban mobility a little more. So we need to rescue this once again. So this comes in two ways: ordering of the roads, improving the transportation modality, and also rescuing what in 1996 we stopped doing, which was the year when we made the decision of not using again the train service in Costa Rica, and this ended up with an increase in cargo transportation vehicles, and we now need to see how we can reduce it. First of all, the goal in a really short term is to add 1,000 buses in 3 to 5 years, electrical buses, to be able to have 25% of the total fleet in electric buses, which will benefit 1.8 million people. On the other hand, the electrification of the taxis with a test program or pilot program, which will begin with the taxis which provide exclusive service to the airport and back, and then work with a multimodal system in order to include the train in this transportation system. So the train will supply public transportation and vice versa, just like we see in some countries in Europe and some Asian countries. This is why we are addressing this in this manner. Now, we have or not some facility for this. Although we have limitations, we have two bodies in the country, at least two government bodies that I'm going to talk about, which can can get in debt without going to the legislature for their approval if they comply certain macroeconomic requirements in that sense. One of them is precisely that does not cause disturbance in their internal finances, and that it is a project that generates rent profitability. So here we see the largest electric company in Costa Rica, the Costa Rican Electricity Institute, which could finance these buses. It doesn't need to go to the legislature to ask for permission, because we want to maximize the decision making at an executive level to be able to implement quicker these things and not having to wait so long a time so that the legislature approves this. Now, the democratic exercise is very healthy, but it requires a lot of debate, discussion, and understanding between representatives. That could take 12, 18 months, and at that time we will not have any space to implement this initiative. This is why we're advancing more at an executive level. Now, the public-private alliances will advance, and that needs to go to legislation. But in that sense, with this, the participation of the Costa Rican Institute of Electricity, the financial mechanism is easier. We move it forward with the national banks, and then the body that's going to provide the power or the energy and will offer the charging points. So this will, other electrical companies which are smaller are going to enter this, the ones that are in the provinces, for example, far away from the capital. So on this hand, we're on that moving on, and we will see an implementation problem beginning on September because the existing regulations force Costa Rica that this electrification needs to be formally beginning on September this year. Now, let's go a little bit to the past. We were discussing in previous years the construction of an intercity train where we offered, well, from the climate, social standpoint, and economic standpoint. So with $150 million Costa Rica, so we couldn't spend that. So the evaluations didn't show a cost benefit which was very positive to be able to develop it. So we had to enter more into realism and pragmatism and say, we're going to develop a train, we're going to do it on the ground to make it cheaper, and let's reduce by half the investment and maximize that investment so that we are able to provide multimodal service to the east, north of the city and the west. And we interconnected it with the electric buses. This is what we're developing now, together with the cargo train that will go to the Caribbean to satisfy the needs of the piers and reduce in 30% the amount of containers that today are being managed. So it's the loan of $500 million is still there, but it's joined to a financing which is for the Green Fund for Climate. So if we show that we need 200 million more and we can do this in a multimodal way in different directions using the existing tracks, which is going to require only maintenance and repair in certain areas, we're going to be able to advance on this area. Now, as a country strategy, it is important to solve the problems we have of urban mobility and also solve our goals of decarbonization of the economy. Yes, it is. And does it require a more realistic landing to carry it out? If it's necessary, that it needs to adapt to the fiscal and macroeconomic conditions of the country. Yes, of course, it needs to be done. What's important here is that we need to advance and that these solutions should go and benefit the goals that we already committed as countries, especially with the NDCs. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister. Very interesting what's been discussed so far. I'm going to reflect a little bit when we finish with the questions, but really we see a lot of food for thought in these interventions. Antonella, could you tell us about your experience and the challenges that you had to face to create a differentiated scheme, and how was this leveraged to provide the electric bus fleet in Uruguay, and how has MOVES fulfilled the enabling conditions to create this mechanism? Thank you. Well, to talk about the history of what has already been said, what is the barrier that Uruguay's had for not introducing electric buses? I already commented some other financial mechanisms we had, but what we called about the fuel diesel trust fund or the ticket trust fund that is tied to fuel. That's not the focus. The creation in 2006, what it does is that the fuel of all the diesel of all the country is charged an overcost, and that collection does not go to the tax bureau, but it goes directly to lower the price of the ticket. If you look at it, it wouldn't be tied directly to the circulation of buses. The problem it has is that it pays the companies per liter of diesel consumed. Now, obviously, moving from a diesel to an electric vehicle, a public transportation company would stop receiving that subsidy because they don't use any more diesel. So that's a barrier that was identified in 2015 when we began working in the project Modes together with Peru on the World Environmental Fund, and the total cost of ownership was calculated with and without subsidy, all these electric technologies. Now, Uruguay brought one of the brands, the largest brand from China. We brought one electric vehicle, and we assembled a work group with several institutions, with the Ministry of the Environment, the UTE Electrical Company, the Ministry of the Economy, the Minister of Transportation, to pass the test from the government side to see if it was a technology that could be adapted to the conditions of the public transportation of Uruguay. Once this was proven, we said that today it's necessary. We were talking about higher prices to buy vehicles, so still there was a support necessary, and to accelerate, we added a specific line to test pilots within the MOS project. Now, between that, things happened, good things happened in a certain way, that the Ministry of Economy supported that development that wanted to be conducted so we could introduce more electrical vehicles, and what was done was generate within the account rendering rendering report, which is annual, the electric buses specifically, there was going to be granted a subsidy for the purchase. So it changed the logic a little bit. Instead of providing this on liters of diesel consumed, it would be something specific for the purchase. Now, in itself, the operation was similar in the sense that the ticket fund trust is paying monthly to the public transportation for the liters they declare. So the efficient is anti-energy efficiency, because if you lower your consumption, they're going to pay you less liters, and then it's counterintuitive. So this new subsidy, what it does actually is to pay in monthly installments, as well as the ticket trust fund trust fund is paid, so it pays every 7 years. So there's no financing barrier. They don't have the money to buy the bus, but it all ensures that cash flow, because what was done was to open tenders, and you have when you have these tenders, if they fulfill all the technical conditions, so that they know that they're going to have for 7 years that income flow, cash flow from the difference between one and another. Now this, we want to clarify, this law already said that it was up to 140 buses. It was something temporary, because what we need to do, and the Minister of Economy already announced it, and we worked all last year on this, and we hope to have news soon, is to change the substance of the building of this ticket fund, because since it's as long as it exists, the math for the operator will doubt which is more convenient, because the amount for the subsidy is the same, it's very similar for the buses than for the difference in fuel, but in 14 years. So this also gives them stability that in the operation they're going to receive everything, and the other one at 7 years, they need to see what happens with that bus, that battery, and a lot of things, and what's generating uncertainty. So although we created that law, which is up to 140, and you have the first calling, and we granted 32, it's still in revision now to have a sustainment for a longer term to support that transformation with something that they support. The reality is this: the public transportation has the support, and in that total cost of ownership, considering that support, it would be enough. It's not necessary unless the prices of technologies could shoot upwards, which may happen. There is no need for additional support than the one provided from the central government to the operators. How was this subsidy implemented? Well, it had a decree that you can download it, and it can serve as a tool to formulate other projects, not necessarily with subsidies, but with callings onto tenders. So Ministry of Economy and Transportation and Energy were going to evaluate the projects, but the government did not buy the buses and granted them to the companies because, and first of all, those who have knowledge of the uses and what they want the buses for and the technology are the companies that operate them. But also the regulation of the urban transportation is based on departments or districts. So there are conditions of sizing of buses, certification and other requirements that are specific to each local government. So there were minimum requirements that had to do with gender access and safety that these buses needed to have, low floor internet, access to charging the vehicles, security cameras, and another important point was access to follow-up. So we had, as a technical commission, that subsidy access in real time to the consumption and movement data of those buses, and that commission, not only that we have access, but also we have the obligation that yearly report those results, which are in the annual reports of operation, where we evaluate the range of the vehicles, if it really, they had the minimum kilometers requirements. So there's the condition that you would not buy the vehicle if it wasn't profitable, so there's a minimum kilometer range. So on June 2023, we're going to have the first 3 years of operation. So during 4 years more, we're going to still receive these 32 buses that are going to receive the subsidy. And the way this is going to be restructured is that in those kilometers that are paid, that the subsidy will come in the kilometers paid to the other vehicles. Now, when the project was made, that to optimize the electrical buses use, it was necessary to redesign some lines and routes. But then we returned to the department governments, and we couldn't, as a national government, demand a redesign or new transportation system for different lines for the implementation. So the expectation wasn't the massive exchange of all the buses, but an analysis on a line-by-line case with range and technology to evaluate what was the most convenient system. So we're now in that stage, and obviously the companies are going to be paid regardless. It is a law, and this is already granted. And also this work group, as a technical commission of the specific subsidy as well as the institutional work group, contributes with technical analysis and operational analysis for the final decision making for the instrumentation. Now, regarding private financing of the operators of the transportation system, Uruguay does not tender the routes or the lines. When they explained the case of Chile, it was a whole risk that a company invests, and then they will not win that tender, and then they will keep the bus, and so they have to grant them some guarantees. So in all the departments, it's not that in everybody, but in Montevideo it is, and some others. So these licenses to circulate were granted, and we have only 4 companies in Montevideo. This is why also it is a lot simpler, the agreements between the operators of the transportation system, and there also, when the Movici project was driven, we provided an extra support besides the subsidy so that they could implement some gender matters in the company, so that they performed certain dissemination campaigns, but also we should disseminate the environmental advantages of the vehicles and publish them, and also how, if there were differences in riding in an electric bus or ICE bus, the other cost that sometimes is not placed in the total cost of ownership that we had analyzed it is the cost that the companies had of installing the charging system. That was not done by the government. So in that part, they collaborated because it was something totally new for the companies that used to have their own diesel pumps. for more than 30 years inside the company and just fill them for buses up. Now they had to change their technicians to experts in electrical technology and manage the load, the charging, and this is what we're still working on and generating capacities at a national level. And what always existed at a level of the Ministry of Transportation as well as the Department Government of Montevideo and Canelones, which is the next department on population, are funds, trust funds, where it's from there where they took the loan to purchase the buses, which are trust funds which have very low rate because they ensure the payment through the ticket system. So we have cards for the payment of tickets that go directly to the departmental government. They don't go to the companies. So the funds have interest are interested in applying for those trust funds because they have this income assured through the payment system. They don't depend from operators that in some cases do have a 1,000 bus fleet, but sometimes they have fleets of 50 buses depending on the size of the city. So this system is still operating and it is open depending on what level of debt the company has. And another thing that's being implemented as a pilot program or a test program is to get the electrical bus technology to all of the country. So there they get a direct subsidy when the bus enters the country, so that there are at least one bus in each city in Uruguay, capital city in Uruguay, and the 17 department governments who don't have buses. So Uruguay goes from 1.5 million to cities under 100,000. So it's not that all the cities need a public transportation system because they're very small, but we want to achieve that they get acquainted with technology, they can evaluate it, and in a certain way drive public transportation systems in cities where they don't have any. So we're analyzing these three lines in how to get that financing, how to redirect some subsidies that are provided, and how to get the technology close to all of the country. We're from, like I said, from Paraguay with the IDB and the Green Climate Fund, evaluating the conditions to see if it makes any sense to reinforce that financing with these funds. Thank you very much, Antonella. And colleagues, we are a little bit late in time, as it's been usual during the interesting conversation we have been exposed to by the different panelists. I would like to give a couple of minutes to summarize and comment my perception regarding this panel and what we've seen during yesterday and today. I support the words of Vice Minister. It's fantastic to see here sitting in a workshop of NDCs to the finance ministers. We are talking about focusing on the effects on underprivileged populations. We are talking about financing processes that come from private and government sectors, multilateral funding, and we see a convergence which is interesting of that proves to us how complex this voyage to electrification or carbon neutral transportation is. So I am very glad to having heard different solutions to the different challenges that we heard in the morning and of course yesterday. I invite you now to continue talking about this during our lunch, and before that I would like to invite my colleague Hernán Araya to give us a couple of important information points regarding the following steps and the information that can be accessed after this workshop. Hernán, I don't know if you're around there. Thank you, Javier. As you can see in the side screens, you have the QR code to download the presentation. If there's something missing, please let us know. And in the site climatepromise.undp.org. You can see the agenda of both days. We have all the day in Spanish and in English. And if you want to take the presentation or some other colleagues' presentation, you can follow that site. And without further ado, we invite you to lunch, and we give you a great round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. A toda la audiencia presente, nos vamos a reunir acá en el salón, por favor. Esperamos que vamos a comenzar en 3 minutitos. Por favor, muchas gracias.
pero aquí mismo, ¿verdad? ¿Afuera? Pero ya lo hicimos ayer. Okay. Por favor, si podemos ir entrando a la última sesión y cierre del evento. ¿Hay menos gente? ¿Almorzaron y se fueron? ¿Queda gente afuera? Creo que no. Estamos empezando bien. Iniciemos entonces. ¿No? Dale. Bueno, buenas tardes. Estamos entonces.
Good afternoon. Now we're going to start the last panel of these 2 days that we've been having discussions regarding the progress of the NDCs of different countries and sharing the progress in strategies in low emission transport. In this last session, we wanted to wrap up with what we started with. Regarding light vehicles from the private sector, and we would like to finish with a discussion where we're going to see very interesting visions regarding the progress in the strategies in low emission transport for light vehicles. For this, I would like to call on our 4 panelists: Ignacio Funes, Executive Director of Toyota Chile. Thank you for being here with us. Yanni Lopez of the Mobility Center for Chile. Thank you. Paulo Peña, General Manager of the Strategy of Electromobility of Quito, Ecuador. We will receive him when he arrives. And Pablo Bermúdez from the Ministry of Environment and Energy from Costa Rica. Paulo Peña, General Manager of the Strategy for Electromobility from Quito, Ecuador. I apologize. Gonzalo Guerrón, I apologize. I don't have that correction in the agenda. Okay, great. Given that one of the panelists brought a presentation, I suggest to make a small change, and I'm going to ask the 2 questions to have one block. And I should start with the government vision, maybe. Let's start with Costa Rica to have that context, that vision of which is the perspective that it is expected for the updating for general transport for low emission vehicles. This is for Costa Rica, but given that this is the last panel, and if you want to reflect on what we have discussed this week, that's fine. And specifically for Costa Rica, what actions should countries make to accompany the decisions for the transport sector for private vehicles, and how are they proposing them in your countries, including taxes, because there's a whole strategy for taxes, and we anticipate it. Go ahead. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Pablo Bermúdez. I'm an advisor for the Ministry of Environment and Energy. Let's start with a little bit of history. Costa Rica has at least 2 decades of transport issues. And because this is a small city with an important amount of vehicles, our automotive park is around 2 million cars. Out of those 2 million cars, there's an important percentage, around 75%, is light vehicles, and only 10% is motorcycle vehicles. So this condition has created a problem that has happened. In fact, yesterday someone commented that our emissions by automotive park is around 54%. This is a very powerful piece of information, and this has generated the need of finding solutions. These solutions are happening for a long time. We've been evolving in public policies for over 20 years. We have a law of energy transition which already proposed exonerations for efficiency improvements. All these exonerations that we have for vehicles, even for hybrid vehicles, have been happening for over 10 years. What happens is that on 2018, we started having a specific incentive law. And as a reflection, the problem that we've been observing is that changing combustion vehicles for electric vehicles, it won't change the problem. And this is why we're going to face another problem. All these problems have generated options and enabling conditions so that we can create better options. These options have generated important documents like a national energy plan that was published on 2015. We have the first NDC on 2015 that contributed to the creation of the decarbonization plan on 2018, and then it fell on an update of the NDCs that happened on 2020. All of these are lined up with the objectives that we have been aiming at, which Carlos commented a few hours ago. The status of the situation, how in reality is of how things work. Now, the important thing of all this is to listen to all parties. When you create a public policy, we always find interests that contradict themselves, and we need to conciliate all those interests to see the future. The law for electric vehicle incentives came out in 2018 and basically proposes that we have three big stages of exonerations. We have total exonerations for the VAT tax and for consumption, and for import taxes of 100% when the cost of the vehicle is from $0 up to $30,000. We have a fractioning between 30,000 and 60,000 with changes in the percentages of exoneration, and when the vehicle is over $60,000 is without exonerations. This is part of a negotiation because when the law was promoted, some people indicated that this was to help sectors with a higher income. So under that perspective, we are having management problems. Therefore, we had to set the limit so that people wouldn't believe that we were favoring certain sectors. Once this law is passed, we started seeing situations in the Legislative Assembly. There were issues of negotiation because of the age of the cars. It started being 0 to 5, then 0 to 2, and ultimately it was 0 to 5 years old. And afterwards, used cars were excluded. So then we had to create a regulation to exonerate the charges of used cars under other ranges. We also understood the need of setting a network of vehicles and of electrical chargers. And we issued the regulation that was mandatory to have at least 45 chargers. These charges based on the country's topography and based on distances that wouldn't exceed 50 kilometers. But we had some complications with those who provided the service, because electricity is provided by the government, by certain operators, so we had to modify the criteria for these operators in terms of tariff and technology. We also needed to adjust the spare parts and manufacturers when facing the possibility of having electrical vehicle factories, and we had to create a new adjustment. Now, all of this, what leaves us as a lesson is that we need to listen to every sector. The effort has been long, at least from 2012 up to date. All of the situations, this situation has created enabling opportunities. We have struggled with seeing the impact. When the law started in the country, we had 250 electrical vehicles, so there was a lot of people that said, why are you making all of this effort if it's not favoring the population? But the interesting thing here is that the other incentives that are more appealing, because in Costa Rica there's a vehicular restriction that electric cars are identified by a green license plate, so there are no restrictions for them. And there's another incentive that the parking within the metropolitan area are free for these vehicles. Those incentives have been more visible than all the previous efforts. So the curious thing about this, in the last years, we've passed 250 vehicles up to 5,000, what we have now. And the perspective of what the importers say is that given these external signs, now we have the situation that when someone purchases a vehicle, at least 1 out of 10 is more interested in buying an electric vehicle. So we're well on our way, and thanks to these incentives. Great, thank you. It's very interesting, and we said this the other day, from 2012 up to date. But you have managed to see some results, you've seen some interest. And the other thing, taking the point that we saw before, when we include urban planning, and if you don't want to go through traffic jams of fossil fuel vehicles to traffic jams with electrical vehicles, it's a point that insists on what we said on previous sessions. Now, I would propose to see and to hear the vision of a think tank. Maybe the Center for Sustainable Mobility from Chile can offer their visions to change, and maybe we can alternate, considering also Ecuador as a government, and maybe we can alternate. And then we can continue with Ecuador, and we can close with Toyota. That's my proposal. Perfect, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I have a presentation. First of all, I'm a part of the board for the Center for Sustainable Mobility, which is an association that promotes the reduction of the emissions in the transport sector, especially through the regulation of the automotive markets. Plus, I'm the executive director of the Mario Molina Center, where we've worked with a lot of projects. We've been working with electromobility for 15 years and all technical support for the Transantiago electrical buses. And we worked really hard with the most important productive sectors in electrifying their vehicle fleet. Additionally, I am also a member of the board of ICCT, which is very well known internationally because they discovered the scandal of Fulbright. And I'm also part of this board for over 5 years. And ICCT is a global organization with offices in Europe, in Berlin, in the United States, in Washington, in San Francisco, in China, in India, Brazil, supporting the distribution of cleaner vehicles. And I'm going to show you some of the novelties that were presented yesterday in the European meeting. Where should I aim at? It's the right button, right? I skipped to. Very quickly, maybe you've seen this before, but we have had some important news this week. The first one is the new IPCC report, in which it's not that we have a climate problem, but we are in an emergency. And we shouldn't maintain the illusion that the temperatures will stop rising. We will experience a 43% increase in temperatures for 2030, and the reductions between 2030 and 2040 are even bigger, considering the Latin American region that has its own compromise of the NDCs, and our contribution is important, especially in public transport, because our grids are cleaner than other countries. The emissions from here to 2030 are huge, and this is what we need to talk about, and this is what we've been talking about for the last 2 days. This is why we made faster progress than we would have thought. This is part of the vision of the ICCT on which are the alternatives to reduce transport emissions on a global level in a stage in which without a doubt, emissions will increase in the next few years. You can see the 2020 scenario in yellow, and then we're going to start seeing that the black beauty vehicles are going to increase their emissions in the next years, and aviation, maritime transport, and the black cargo emissions, they have an important climate change component. So the ICCT says that we need to reduce on our emissions on a 43%, but the emissions are going to keep increasing, especially in those development regions. You can see here on the first bar with green and blue, for the case of vehicles, in order to reduce emissions, the answer is electrification. There's a possible improvement in having a better control of the regulations of energy efficiency and CO2 that manufacturers apply, and in all the vehicles that are going to be sold in the next few years, there's still a space for them to improve the issue of emissions. Something similar happens in heavy cargo, which is more complex, because batteries operation in distance are more complicated. But these technologies are maturing. For example, hydrogen cells for vehicles. So as you can see, we are in a very challenging scenario, and transport is key. And within transport, if we look at the future, the emissions are going to keep increasing, and we need to introduce clean technologies. This is a summary. Maybe this chart is a bit confusing, but each point demonstrates what is the average emission of new sold vehicles in every country that's mentioned here. The red one is Chile. You can see that on average, by 2018, a sold vehicle in Santiago, a new vehicle emits 165 grams of CO2 per hour, compared to countries with more strict regulations. That since last year, the average accepted emissions was 95% grams of CO2 per kilometer. You can see also other countries in the region like Peru, and our technological level is absolutely behind, and the level of emissions is very high because of the promotion of even larger vehicles. The size of the vehicles are larger today because that is the tendency of the supply of SUVs and crossovers that are bigger than the sedans or hatchbacks or any other model. But if you look at this challenge to the future, thinking about the ICCT challenge, this is the automotive parks in Chile with the Ministry of Energy. Today, we are on 2021 with over this amount of vehicles, and we're going to reach 6,000 vehicles by 2023. These kinds of increase in the size of the fleet, it's impossible to comply with the NDCs. These are the technologies. This is an assessment of the sales of 2019, 2021 in Europe of the different technologies to see what are actually cleaner in terms of greenhouse effect. You can see on the vertical axis is the level of average emission of that technology based on all the certification processes of the manufacturers, and what you see on the right is the percentage of participation, the share that they have in the market. You have internal gasoline combustion that have emission levels that are over 100 grams per kilometer. Then we have minor vehicles, but they are still important in Europe, but they have very meaningful emission levels. And then we can see hybrid vehicles that have emissions that are relatively the same as the combustion previously mentioned. And then we have mini hybrid vehicles, and then we have the hybrid vehicles, but you can see here that they have a production level that is not meaningful at all regarding the gasoline or gas vehicles. Then on light green we have hybrid pluggable hybrids that promise emissions of 1/3 in comparison to a gas vehicles. And then we have the zero emission vehicles that are basically electrical vehicles. If we focus on those who might have emission levels that may be more attractive, the pluggable ones, when they circulate in the public way, their emission levels are very high in comparison to the certification processes. You can see in the bottom the average certification level year after year. You can see the signs, the signatures here, but when they go out to the street, their emission levels are completely high. Why? Because people do not charge them, they use the gas, and the benefit of having less CO2 emissions gets diluted. This is an overview of what is happening today, and I wanted to show you something that we cannot forget, because you say all the automotive industry is involved in unadulteration of the certification conditions that allow the selling of this vehicle, which is Dieselgate. Everyone knows this case. It was not just Volkswagen, it was also Fiat, Chrysler, General Motors, Nissan, Renault, Audi, BMW, and this is not enough, because we still see these kinds of phenomena. We still see vehicles of this kind operate on the streets that correspond to a practice in which they included in the car a software that when it is operating in the public network under normal conditions, the software realizes this, it starts operating, and all the emission systems are deactivated, and the level of emissions may be even 40 times what is allowed in the regulations. And when the software realizes that we are in a test with the authorities, it activates the emission system. This has a very strong impact in health. Nitrogen oxide is a very important pollutant, but it also shows that when you reach the extreme of a technology, for example an internal combustion engine, the industry ultimately answers it in this way, because this technology is not able to solve the problems that we have as mankind. Just an overview. This is all the history. This is available online. All the details of the Volkswagen scandal in the United States that ended up with several key executives from Volkswagen United States in jail. And at this point, you're not going to see the graph, but they have already paid $20 million in fines in Volkswagen United States because of this. And in the case of Europe, what's more meaningful is that a few days ago, the court already recognized that someone that acquired this vehicle that has these alterations may sue the manufacturers. This is one of the biggest cases in Europe nowadays because of the consequences it has of someone having a vehicle that they think they comply with all the regulations, but it doesn't. If you want to know more, I recommend this Netflix documentary, and there's a series called Dirty Money, and there's a special vehicle that's called hard knocks. It's very informative. What I wanted to share with you, this is from The Guardian, this is just today. ICCT launched a study that proves that there's over 11 million cars that were part of this scandal that have not been repaired, that they are still issuing and emitting these levels of gases, and the news that the European justice is accepting the fact that the owners of the cars may sue the manufacturers if they don't comply with the regulations. Now, what the study says, this has 4 sources of information: the certification test done by the government, where they have found that almost 45% of tested vehicles clearly show signs that they are still using the softwares that alter the emissions. Then we have a set of testing done in the public road, not with 1 or 2, but with portable equipment in Europe, and they show the same. And there are independent testing done by universities that also show that the government data is correct or even worse, and remote sense information where we have an infrared on the side of the way. With a detector, they can measure the concentration, and it has the video camera that counts the vehicles, and you can identify on the license plate the year and the model of each vehicle, and they reach the same conclusion that almost 100% of the diesel vehicles, Euro 6 and Euro 5, that are circulating in Europe are still carrying this kinds of system. And I wanted to close by saying that given the urgency that we have of transforming the markets into cleaner energies, it doesn't make sense in regions on their way to development, because they are still having a 3 or 4 Euro 5 and then Euro 6 and 7 with hybrid vehicles, pluggable hybrids, where what is definite now is the technology is maturing, and we need to make an effort in the region where we see differences in countries where clients that want to buy a car may want to aspire cars that are a bit more expensive. But here we have a comparison of the total emissions of the life cycle of a vehicle. Conventional gasoline, you can see it on the left, that considers the CO2 emissions in the construction process of the vehicle, the manufacturing, then the fossil fuels and the associated emission of the production of gasoline. And then we have the carbon footprint, which is comparable with an electrical vehicle operating in Europe, Germany, France, or the United States, and the difference corresponds to how clean is the electrical grid. In the case of France, it's very clean because they have nuclear energy. In the case of Germany, it's different because they still have coal. If you look at the technological alternatives today, the only thing to do in making progress with the challenges of the NPCC is to promote the introduction of zero-emission vehicles and not stick with fossil fuel technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. We continue then with electrical companies with your experience. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Gonzalo Guerrón. Currently, I am in charge of the Department of Renewable Energies and Energy Efficiency of Quito Electric Company. It's been a challenge since the last year. Our experience with electric vehicles begins on 2018. We begin to build an exponential curve of not going back to ICE cars, where we're changing the electric vehicles fleet. We bought 24 vans with the help of the UNDP, and we also had to pay taxes and everything, and also fast chargers built by ABB, which has also been a challenge to place them in testing, because there are standards in Ecuador which rules us on where to put this kind of chargers, and we can't sell energy or give it away for private vehicles, but we are in the transition of selling the energy for electric vehicles. At the time, the charging stations are operating. 1 month ago, We had 11 chargers, 50 kilowatts. The electric vehicles that we have are also under supervision of the administrative and operational personnel of the company. It's been very interesting because it's not that easy to move. Let's say it's easy to just jump from an ICE car to electric vehicle where everything is automatic, but the culture is different. We always wait to charge the vehicle at the last moment. We are not used to charging it at night. We also have a regulated rate, but it doesn't apply for our vans in themselves. And also, additionally, I've been behind the drivers of these vehicles trying to improve the culture of charging and driving an electric vehicle. Try to charge it at night. Let's use a slow charger, not only the fast charger. People only want to use the fast charger, so they stay in line. So we're going to need a lot more fast chargers. What we need is more culture when we're going to charge the vehicle, not let the battery to run out totally, because then we have a nickel, cobalt, magnesium battery that in my perception can have a memory effect, but it has an automatic balancing of the cells, and this provides a little longer life cycle to the battery. And also we began buying new vehicles. The vehicles we've bought are also 4x2 pickup trucks, because they're the first entering Ecuador, because there is no offer. It's just one brand. It's Chinese, Dongfeng, that has provided us 4x2 trucks, and we started with our first program. These trucks had a GBT connector, and all our charging stations were CCS. We said, who has the priority of the electric vehicle when we have almost operators in the concession area for trucks and vans, or pickup trucks and vans, and need to be replaced. So we needed to fix a charger to buy these electric vehicles once again. So there was a committee, then we reached a consensus. So the vehicles that we can buy as a government body will need to be CCS Combo 2 to, first of all, use the charging stations we have. Second, we are also going to have to buy more charging stations, because I am buying 70 vehicles in August to change, to replace some of the vehicles we already have, and obviously complying with the standard of the energy efficiency plan, which was launched a few years ago by the ministry, like Mario commented in. So the idea is to improve the conditions of culture of our operators, improve also the rational use of energy, and on the other hand, try to improve the energy efficiency with electric vehicles. It is not that easy from one day to the next. We're going to keep on implementing, and we are working on the selling of power for electric energy. So we're going to have to get some certification to enable ourselves to sell power for electric vehicles. So we're getting there, and the company has begun a strong step in the latest months. Yeah, we already started this, so we are now have to work a little bit more, but then we're going to buy some 4x4s, which is also very important, not only for chance to pickup trucks on SUVs and vans. We have as kind of the managers called me about the vehicles we bought to complain, and on the other hand, 4x4s are important because we have areas of concession where we have rural electrification, and as a renewable we have kits, photovoltaic kits, which are in very isolated areas, and we need these vehicles to be able to get there. So this is still quite pricey, but we're going to have to buy these vehicles as a company to test them and provide trust in the community, and this is what we need to move to electromobility. Thank you very much, and since it has been so brief, I'm going to ask you another question. because it's interesting what you mentioned. And sorry, I didn't ask you first because since we had lunch and I thought we already talked about this, I said, well, let's tell the story. But it's exactly what I wanted to for you to tell us. You tell us very important things. And added to other barriers we saw in these different days about the electric vehicles, it's clear the option that we should get to is this, but really, when are they zero emissions? Because if the energy matrix of the country is 50% fossil fuels, or if it runs out of battery, then you charge it on a diesel generator, then it's not zero emissions. But also you have the issue of the supply of materials, where the extraction of materials generally is maybe coal-fired energy or power, or emission problems, but also the matter of accession that we saw yesterday, of how to turn it, to dispose of it. For example, 80 grams of battery and 7,400 cell phones per small vehicles that are going to have to go to junkyards when that battery gets discarded. But something that is very interesting is the culture of using an electric vehicle. I have a very close experience. A family member in Europe traded in his Smart, which is a small vehicle which is very highly efficient, gasoline powered. And now, the next day, he returned the vehicle, and in Barcelona, and people are riding driving 100 kilometers per hour. But when he accelerated, the battery went flat a lot faster, over 100 kilometers per hour, than so he couldn't stand this. So there's a culture, fear, and perception, and that culture needs to be generated. This takes time. The waiting lines on the chargers, that is also something you mentioned. To having the same plugs in the chargers. There's also a legislation of politics, and it's going to take time because we need to, of course, keep in mind when making a decision. So what do you think about this transition if we have to reach a solution? And as it was said by other panelists, climate change is happening. It's happening very fast. 1.5 is going to be very tough. We need to do whatever possible to keep temperatures below that, and we need to have quick actions, not the excellent ones, but the good ones that we can better do. What are your recommendations? Well, really, to use an electric vehicle is different from using an ICE car. The idea is to get to point A to B in the shortest time possible, but using the vehicle efficiently. I can't accelerate and brake when it's not necessary, and also I can't be misspending my energy or wasting it. In the training, that's what we teach the drivers, and also it's important to recognize that us as a power company, although I have all the energy possible available, we need to use a power at night, so in order to cover those valleys in generation and distribution of my supply of energy. So the idea is to improve that culture, knowledge in driving, but I see that there's been good response. Regardless, we ran a test where we inserted chips without knowing who was the owner of the vehicle, and we noticed that yes, they're using the vehicles correctly, not accelerating as quickly, not discharging totally the battery due to a necessary acceleration, and we've had a correct response from the drivers. But first it was necessary to talk to them, and after that, obviously, we had the need to implement this prototype. So we're going to continue with this monitoring regardless. The idea is not to pursue anybody as authorities or as company, but the idea is to improve, obviously, the performance of these vehicles. Batteries are still a little bit of a problem from my point of view, because the certification is not correct. I'm getting sold 400 kilometer range batteries, WLTP, and for Ecuador is not real. That is about 250, maximum 270. And that in Andean countries, in the countries of the region, it is because of the elevation, topography, that we have this condition. So we buy a 400 kilometer vehicle, the first complaint is like, okay, the vehicle stopped and it didn't give me 400. So you need to have certain tropicalization of these kind of specifications. So the people from the company are aware and they're glad to see a change. As an electricity company using the vehicles, we're doing okay. You're on time, but I'm going to ask you a question more. This last point. So what we mentioned is that you said that you have the need to move to 4x4 vehicles. That for me is one of the important limitations in range, because if you talk about isolated areas, 270 is very little, and you said 400, it doesn't happen. So what are you going to do? What's your expectation with those 4x4s? The expectation we have is to leave these vehicles in the places owned by the company, which are farther away from our headquarters. So we reach with our 4x2 electric vehicle, and then we move on to the other vehicle, 4x4. The 4x4 vehicle needs to have a preventive and corrective maintenance, and it's going to be operated by the authority that is in that location. So these are concession areas. The Quito Electric Company has quite a vast concession area. We have isolated photovoltaic systems, but it's necessary to drive the use of 4x4 electric vehicles. This is an idea. This still hasn't happened because the price of these pickup trucks is very high, and we don't still have 4x4 offer in our country. So far, we still are using the ICE 4x4s. Perfect. The only issue is that not everybody can move from one truck to the others. No, wait. The vehicles we have are only for operative personnel of the company. Now, if we're thinking about a company, if a person needs to go to isolated area, we see that there could still be an inconvenience in the electric vehicles use. Thank you very much, and for giving me the opportunity to have 2 rounds of questions in the time. Now, to close this session, I would invite you to know the opinion of Ignacio Funes, Executive Director of Toyota. A bit intentionally, I've left him at the end because all these doubts, options, and questions, to have the point of view of the private sector here, and how do you see the demand of lower emission vehicles and how this should be led from the point of infrastructure, supply chain, and final recycling to achieve a significant change in the emissions of the region. Thank you very much. Of course, we are very aligned and we want the same goal, to have the cleanest transportation possible and to accelerate carbon neutrality as much as we can. And now in that sense, Toyota at least is committed with that work, has been committed for several years with that work. In 1992, we drafted a letter to Earth where we established that commitment. In 1997, we were pioneers with electric mobility, with the first hybrid technology, and in 2015 we relaunched our environmental commitment, where we included to reach carbon neutrality in all our productive processes, as well as broadening this commitment to the efficient use of water in all of our productive process for distribution, etc. Although today we're still very focused on the vehicle itself, which is reasonable because it's a source of emissions. Also, we don't forget of focusing on all the construction process or building process of a vehicle, from the design, the manufacturing, logistics, and the final disposal of it. In that aspect, we are working strongly, and we showed that our regional factories, which supply majorly the vehicles in South America and specifically in Chile, are manufacturing with 100% clean energy. And that is challenging us to be able to expand that zero-level carbon footprint in other processes and also in commercial processes. We also can't forget that we must consider, and this is one of our declarations, of not leaving anyone behind. We know that there are places or geographic conditions, economic conditions as well, of countries that are not faring as good as others, and thinking how we can help them to get on board as soon as possible, because if we all reach a high level, we level at the top and not at the bottom, all this electrification of the vehicles is going to be faster and simpler. And I'm thinking just at a level of manufacturing, and also consider other restrictions such as the raw materials for this manufacturing supply and covering the demand. Yanni just showed me in this graph that we need to reduce quickly the level of CO2. It is in 43%, and that work needs to be done as quick as possible. And we share that the solution, the midterm and long term, are zero-emission vehicles, as battery electrics or hydrogen vehicles. So this is why locally we decided to bring hydrogen vehicles, although there is no hydrogen distribution network and it's very complicated to maintain those cars in the streets. We decided to bring that technology, to showcase it, to educate people and make people approach that technology. And under our own investment, we're installing a hydrogen production plant to be able to supply the vehicles and use them in our offices. Now, in the short term, a good solution to reduce that level of CO2, not to the level that we might want, which is zero. Well, there are other technologies available, such as self-charging hybrids or plug-in hybrids, like it was shown by Jenny. Plug-in hybrids do have a certain restriction, and sometimes you don't get their maximum potential because they're not adequately used according to their design. So, at least locally, we believe that to accelerate that exchange of the vehicles, and not to increase it, because we also think that the efficiency in public transportation combined with private transportation is a lot more efficient solution for reducing the emissions, the greenhouse gas emissions. So accelerating and adding speed to, and that all of us are working in policies and consensus of preparing the infrastructure and the regulation, also prepare the customers and the consumers. The mobility is a human need, and we need to contribute to make it as easy as possible and with the least level possible of emissions. So in that transition, we should use all the available technologies to the max to be able to arrive in a midterm and long term to have in our streets zero-emission vehicles like the battery electrics or hydrogen technologies. Perfect, thank you very much, and thanks for the brief answer. And since there is a little bit more time, because we're going to open to Q&As, I thought that we have a lot of questions, unless we're all very tired. It's interesting to have this vision in two terms. Very short term, because I do agree that we have seen for those zero emissions solution or very low emissions electric. Hydrogen, I understand, is very complex. And we see that the countries are talking about green hydrogen, which is very encouraging. And we see initiatives In process, so we understand that in Chile we're thinking about a hydrogen plant. So there were certain agreements, and that plant wasn't built. There are complexities there. And because looking at hydrogen, this might be really zero emissions. So there's no error that, for example, that I'm charging and the national matrix is 40 or 30% generated by fossil fuels in generation. How do you see that? How fast do you forecast this introduction of the hydrogen and electric? Having those options, how do you see the times and the challenges for implementing both? Well, here we have some learnings that we got, and I'm going to go to local in Chile, taking certain lessons of the introduction of the Prius in Chile, the first hybrid car in 2007, and after seeing how that introduction was, we believe that we made some mistakes, and we should have promoted that technology a little bit harder, because if we had done that in a more accelerated manner, today the problem, at least in Chile, would be less, and we might be advancing faster in the introduction of zero-emission vehicles. It is easy to say that with the newspaper from last week, but we need to learn from that. And in that sense is that we're using Mirai, the hydrogen technology, to learn those lessons and do whatever possible is possible today to introduce that technology. Sometimes new technologies seem in the beginning impossible, then they look hard, but in a third stage they begin to look possible. So when we started analyzing the introduction of this car, at least in the first year, as a example, is that, wait, how are we going to charge these three vehicles? And there was no possibility of doing it, zero. And we didn't just stay there, and we decided to install our own hydrogen plant, green hydrogen plant, in the office to be able to ensure the supply and have those vehicles running at least this year and the latest years. So this is the effort that needs to be done, and for that we had to run a lot of training in our offices, from also installing solar panels, find the supplier. We took more than a year to find a supplier, so we had the conviction based on that learning from 2007 that the way to do this is to be able to accelerate the time. Sometimes at the beginning it seems impossible. That happened to us. Then we saw it quite difficult, but now we're seeing it possible. So this is our vision, and meanwhile accelerate and commit even more the countermeasures, short-term countermeasures, which they might not be ideal or perfect. When we seek something perfect, it could be enemy of something good. So the idea is to work on something good to reach perfection as soon as possible. Thank you very much. I have 1 minute, and in that minute I would ask something clear. I understand that I'm not an expert, but hydrogen is still electric because it's an engine, it's not a motor. So we have two electrics, one that uses battery and the other one uses a hydrogen fuel cells that generates the electricity to move the car, but both are electrics. Yes, Mirai is an electric car that generates its own power using hydrogen through a process of oxidation, and that generates the power for the drivetrain. So it's actually an electric car, but it isn't plugged, but you charge it with a gas that then becomes electric power. So thank you very much. With this, we would close what is the panel, and I'm sorry, well, I have a lot of questions, but I leave the floor to you to see if there's any questions from your side. We have two over there. Yes, you will give yourself the floor. I didn't see who raised their hands first. Thank you very much. No, I just want to give some thoughts, because I believe that in that of electrification, of the transition to a low emissions mobility, we live a paradox, as well as the energy transition in the electricity generation sources, where how to reach a goal. If it is faster, if we're going to be very ambitious, if, for example, with energy, if we're going to move to renewables using a gas until a global war comes and changes all the prices, etc. So I believe it's very valid to have that vision that sometimes is philosophical and paradoxical. But always look at what is a specific change. And it is, I remember this when we talked about hydrogen and electric mobility, etc. It's a little bit like a race to the moon. We're living a moment when it's an emergency that really all the roads are valid. But in those roads, it is important to look at look forward with ambition, because we don't have time. So to change the behavior is very ambitious. I believe that it's something very important of this transition, and also look at new technologies and bet on that. It is an important vision. So I would say we do have ambition of changing the paradigm. So I would just want to share this thought, because it's related with the paradoxes we're living with power and electricity, etc. Maybe we could take 2 questions and then the reaction of the panel. My question is a little bit more practical. Listening to a Quito Electric Company who have already faced practical problems of implementation. Here, my question is for the private sector mainly, it is important to have these technology alternatives, but it's important to have some certain of homogeneity of these technologies between the companies. When we talk about the charger plugs, because they found this charger problem, the private sector has seen this need to talk to the competitors and see how they adapt their chargers and practical solutions that effectively allow a transition. Thank you. So, who would like to answer? I don't know if there's a reaction to Miller's comment. I understand, yes? Yes, of course. What I would say is that we are in a conversation which is very specific, and reacting to the point of Lumila is not philosophical. The car markets in Latin America have an acceptable regulation level. It's gone a long time that the car manufacturer says we're going to reduce our emissions, we're going to improve efficiency, and we're going towards voluntary labeling systems, and everything has failed everywhere. So that's why it has to be regulated. So it's not that we are talking about philosophy, we're talking about the Latin American region. Look at the emission standards. The emission standards in Latin America are totally behind to those countries. Chile is there, we're in Euro 6, now we're going to go 6.6, and we're still taking care of the scandal of Volkswagen from 2015, and now the efficiency standards in Latin America are absent. So we have here cars that are being sold, that's in Chile, Japan, in the US. So the US we have since the oil crisis on the 70s. So in Latin America there's no regulation. Why don't we have it in Latin America? Why don't you think that the automotive markets are not regulated? Why in Ecuador you can go, I don't know, Peugeot can sell any vehicle they want. They can sell all SUVs that have 250 grams of emissions of CO2 per kilometer, because they're not regulated. So this is the issue. Now, what do we need to do? We need to have energy efficiencies in Chile. Toyota is going to have to comply with it in 2024. And Toyota has a level of emissions 5 years behind of the European Union. And each manufacturer should see what products they can bring depending on the level of demands of the standards. So now again, where there's no lithium, whatever, those comes later. Those come later. If you have a problem and you have a commitment to the country to reduce their CO2 emissions, you need to regulate the sectors that produce those emissions. But they're not regulated. We need to advance. Those who are representatives of governments need to run an effort so your countries regulate the emissions of the car markets, because the manufacturers are not going to reduce the emissions by themselves. And if you regulate them and you have look at the best international experience, you're going to have follow the EU with some years of delay. And I said, look, I have 170 like Peru. Grams of CO2 on average. I'm going to go to 120 on 2024, 90 on 2025, and that's, I fulfill the challenge. It's not more complex than that. But now we can't continue talking of what we're going to do. It's clear what we need to do. We have to regulate the car markets because the manufacturers are producing inefficient vehicles. Now, I hope it was as simple as just a regulation. I particularly had the intention of buying an efficient vehicle, imported, and they told me, no, we can't import it. Where are you going to use it? In Panama? No, we can't. Why? Because to have Euro 6 or more, the vehicles have AdBlue, levels of less than 3 parts per million of sulfur, so you need to regulate the fuels. So yes, but goes beyond the regulations. You need to adapt the gas stations, the fuels, everything. I'm telling you from a very complete experience from the case of Chile. This is not happening in Norway. It is in Chile. Now think about how the quality of the fuel is in Bolivia, in Mexico, Guatemala. To bring an Euro 6, I understand that it's complicated. I'm not an expert, but yeah, but the question is, you're going to spend today $2 billion in investing in a refinery for a hydrotreatment and produce diesel. You better you better spend those $2 billion in charging stations. But if you don't have a regulation and the regulatory framework is the demands for the manufacturers or importers, that triggers everything else. I don't know if we go with the answer to the other question.
Who would like to answer Fernando's question? The issue about matching and connectors. Yes, Fernando. Beyond the connectors, which I think it's very important in the conversation and consensus processes in order to generate that harmonization, because as harmonized as it can be, it will be easier to meet the goals. When there's a wide variety, it's difficult to agree on this and start implementing. Here in Chile, we live that with the connectors. Recently, we were discussing what was the connector that will be used, or what were going to be the connectors that are going to be able to be used. Having clarity on this issue, we have to go and comply with that demand. But as the more harmonized they are, everything will be simpler. Thank you so much. Do we have any other question? I think not. So with that, we are going to close this panel. Thank you so much. Thank you for participating. And now we had the wrap-up, the final closure. Thank you. We had the closure of this event and some conclusions that we might draw on my end. However, we changed this, and I would prefer to give the floor to Vietnam and the Maldives that are visiting us from far, far away, and this is why I would like to invite... Si no pronuncié bien, por favor, me corrigen. Muy bien.
Deputy Director General Transport Development and Strategy Institute of the Ministry of Transport.
Directora del Instituto de Vietnam, responsable del estudio y de redactar la hoja de ruta y las políticas del sector de transporte de Vietnam. Bienvenida. Bienvenida y gracias por haber viajado tan lejos a Chile. Y desde las Maldivas me gustaría invitar también, me corrigen si es que pronuncio mal el nombre, Hamad Abdul. Muy bien. Ministro diputado de la Aviación Civil de la República de Maldivas. Bienvenido. Y creo que I would also like to invite Alejandro Miranda, also here with us from the CAF, the Andean Corporation of Encouraging. Welcome, Alejandro. Thank you for being with us today. Okay. We have a presentation.
I will continue in Spanish, but
Voy a continuar en español, pero tiene la traducción.
It's okay. I think then I can continue in English, right? If you don't have your translation. Maybe we can start with Vietnam, because you have a presentation that is already there. And please tell us two things. First, including me, I'm very interested in knowing your reality on transport. What are you developing? Because let me also mention that both Maldives and Vietnam, and also we invite Bhutan and India, are countries that are receiving support from UNDP, from the Japan funds, to work specifically in transport. So that's why we invite them to be with us and share, to contribute beyond the frontiers of Latin America in both sides, from you, but also from us to your realities. So can you tell us first the context, if you want, but then also what you appreciate for what you learned from these 2 days of exchange? Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for UNDP to invite me to be here. It's really precious chance to me, although you mentioned about traveling far away, but I think what I get is quite worth. Let me answer the second question first. I think after the 2 days, I think I learned quite a lot from the discussions. I found quite lots of similarities, and I also find some difference from my countries. Similarities, I think many things in many perspectives. So first of all, I think that we are all here, so we are all aware of an action needed to against global warming. So we are all here, so with the same goal. Secondly, is that about the approach that we targeted to. I totally agree with the discussions within the last 2 days that e-mobility is just one pillar. We all need to keep working on other pillars as well. So energy efficiency first, transport and logistics efficiencies, e-mobility, and last but not least, the others, green energies, such as you've been discussing quite a lot about the hydrogen futures. So in Vietnam, I just got on calculations, and we found that if we just rely on what we are now doing in the last decade, especially for the NDC, for the first NDC commitments, then we just can maximize, reduce about 30% of the CO2s in transport sector. So I think 70% to the net zeros, then you need to rely on the energies transfer. So with that, I think that the discussion today is quite relevant to the e-mobilities. Third thing is that phasing out. I also share the same, the common views with you that this is a long-term assignments and tasks, but then we also need to got a roadmap for the, say like immediate tasks and then long-term assignments. About the barriers, I think we share the same barriers with you all, about the finance, about the knowledge, about the human resources issues, about the awareness, about the cooperation. You've been discussing about the communications and education. So those things are very similar to our countries. Differences. I think first of all, we have some difference in institution. So somehow, especially in the ways and the approach that we regulate the policy or strategy, and the way we implement, we set up and formulate the policies and implementing arrangements just depend on the institutions of countries. Secondly, that I also noticed the difference about the natural and geographical conditions. So power production, it seems that in the regions you have no problems with the power productions, and then so you got quite a lot of potential and high rate of the renewable energies. But in Vietnam, we haven't finalized our power development plan up to the year 2030 yet. The bargains continues with, so we still rely quite a lot on the thermal power. And the totals, I mean, the renewable energy is up to 50% or less than that, just 45 to 50% maximum. And so that's, it means that power is still the issues for us. Secondly, here, I found that you have quite a lot of potential on hydrogen productions. And in Vietnam, we got some study on that. Then we think that we have a far futures on the with the hydrogen production, especially green hydrogen production. So from now on to the year 2030, we seem to rely more on the electric vehicle. So that's something that I just got from the 2 days workshop. and for me personally, I think that I just also noted further on some further explanations from Toyota's on how they set up the strategy and recommend and propose the hybrid strategies for the reasons. Toyota in Vietnam, via the automobiles associations in Vietnam, also recommend us to consider hybrid strategy as well. For that proposal, I think that we need to have a further analysis and study to see the benefits and the cost of whether or not we will go with the electrics or we will have a transition with the hybrids as proposed by the Toyota. The other thing is that we are now starting thinking about the batteries recycling as well. And I think that's the issue of the reasons. And I think that we also need further study on it. And I found this morning and early section this afternoon is quite interesting. Then I've learned quite a lot about the varieties of financial models. We are now this year and next year, so we are in the course of studying and formulating all of these policies for the Vietnam. So I think what we learned from you today is quite useful for me and quite useful for our countries to for the next 2 years' work. So so that's what I got from the workshop. Then now I think that I would like to share with you some information. For the first question, information about what we are now doing on the e-mobilities in Vietnam. So you know that Prime Minister, after the COP26 commitment at the COP26, then the Prime Minister just assigned Ministry of Transport to study about the roadmap for the net zero in transport sector, and then we submitted a proposal to the government, and the decision has been signed by the Prime Minister July last year. I mean, for this program is quite comprehensive one. It's cover all subsector. Transport subsector, road, railway, inland waterway, aviation, and maritimes. But for this workshop, I just last night I just picked up some of the relevant information in electric road vehicle only. So here is Vietnam. You can see the picture, the up and the middle pictures here. They are old Norman days in Vietnam, traffic in Vietnam. The first one is in Hanoi. This place is very close to my house. The second picture is in Ho Chi Minh City. Hanoi is a city of about 9 million populations, but we believe that the total people living, working in Hanoi is about double. Similar to in Ho Chi Minh City is the cities of 13 millions, but we believe that 26 people living, working, and traveling in Ho Chi Minh City daily. And for the national highway and expressway, the last picture you can see that it seems to be okay for that. On the statistics on the vehicles, that's you can see on the picture. That's now we have a total by the year 2022. So we're now having almost 5 million automobiles. Out of that, 3 million private car, and especially you can see that we have 72 million motorbike. So Vietnam is motorbike prominent countries, and the cities of Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh cities, we are called that the motorbike dominant cities. So out of 7, and the population of the whole country is now 97 million. So you see almost 1 person per motorbike. And we, up to now, so we have only 1.5 million electric motorbike. So to the ways to net zero, so what we plan is that we have to phase out into 2 phases. From now on to the year 2030, so we will keep implementing the NDC commitment. On the table that you see the numbers, that is the first NDC commitment. Now to the net zeros, and so we unconditional commitments will reduce 50.8% of GHGs, and with the support from the international communities, and so we commit to reduce up to 45.5% of the GHG. So from now on to 2032, the 2 main policies that we keep going is improve energy efficiencies, and we encourage pupils to transfer to the green technology, especially in the, for the electrics. And by the year 2025, then so we target to net zero. So here is a roadmap for the road vehicles. Yes. We will stop manufacturing and assembling and importing the fossil vehicle by the year 2040. So for the public transport, we will speed up a little bit earlier. We start with the year 2025. We regulate that the new vehicle and replace vehicles must be the electric or green energy vehicle by the year from the year 2025. And at the same time, so we also got the targets to increase the public transport share in the cities. That's the target you can see on the table. So by that, we hope that by the year 2030, 50% of the buses are going to be electric, green energies. And by the year 2023 is a year that we start regulate the taxi to change to the electric city as well. So we also, together with the policy on the edge of the vehicle, then by the year 2035, the whole buses fleet in Vietnam gonna be electric or green vehicles. And for taxis, that before 2040, then the complete taxi fleets are going to be green energies. So, so we also got the set of the tests and the assignments very similar to what you have been discussing, the institution regulation framework. And then so we got the plans for the infrastructure and the policy, the incentive for the vehicle purchase.
Maybe 1 minute.
And And of course, you can see that the opportunities for that in Vietnam is very similar to what you've been discussing. Except one thing that we have the Vietnamese band e-vehicles makers. So now, we especially when we start with the buses, then we just be more. We got the providers, suppliers for the buses. So here is I just take an example of the bus fleet renewal plant of Hanoi City after the decision has been approved by the Prime Minister. Then Hanoi, from now to 2030s, in order to achieve the the public transport percentage, then it's gonna be at annually about 600 buses per year. And from 2025 to 2030s, then 1,718 buses are going to be replaced with the electric one. So with that, by the year 2035, the whole buses fleet in Hanoi is going to be electric. So with that, these are the pictures of the electric buses in Hanoi, and is the Vietnamese band made by the VinFast, that's UNC. So with that, I'd like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Amazing. I think it's the first time I saw a motor, an even electric bike motor jam. It's just amazing, makes me scared. Can we hear about Maldives, please?
Not to interrupt your whole setup, but may I use the podium if I may?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
I will move. There you go.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, officials from the UNDP, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. As the Deputy Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation of the Maldives, I would like to thank UNDP for the invitation to us and other states and the opportunity that has allowed us to share our experiences in transitioning to low-emission transport. Today, I will share how we in the Maldives view transport and the efforts to ensure a sustainable future. We truly believe that mobility is a basic human right, and transport, as it may, builds the fundamentals of our livelihood. The access to mobility ensures that we are able to carry our day-to-day tasks to prosper economically and socially, to reach our common goals of elevating standard of living amongst all other aspects. The ability to move from one point to the other not only prospers economic growth, but it connects people to people and one life to the other. We've made a lot of progress. The world has come far, needing inland transport infrastructure and linkages to servicing vehicular requirements, to fulfilling the demand that catered the needs of the people. For most of the part, we've all been happy that these fulfillments have ensured mobility. But now the world has come to the point where our planet needs unconventional methods to take over the conventional methods. The Maldives has a very ambitious target of net zero by 2030, and Maldives is no different like any other country. We relied on affordable conventional vehicles, mainly second-hand vehicles, for a very long time. The prevalence of non-stringent laws made sure that there were no import restrictions as per se. So if you look at the statistics, the capital city is 8.3 square kilometers, where 1/3 of the whole population is concentrated in. There are 93,000 motorcycles and over 11,000 four-wheeled vehicles, including cars, vans, and trucks. So that's over 100,000 vehicles for about 200,000 people. About 97% of these vehicles are ICE vehicles and 3% are environmentally friendly electric vehicles. We initiated a change in the last 4 years by introducing electric vehicles into our new public transport initiative, which started in 2022. Before 2022, we did not have a public transport system, and our travel was wholly based on personal vehicles and taxis. In our quest to deliver the project successfully, I must acknowledge the highly valued contribution of UNDP, where we procured charging stations for these electric buses, and we made sure that these charging stations were powered through solar. So all in all, it's zero emissions from production, from operational perspectives as well. One of the takeaways from the panels yesterday and today has been that we have been focused on production of the batteries, EV infrastructure, the financing. But something I would like to stress on is the importance of focusing on making sure that the source of charging for the electric vehicles are renewable. So in the case of Maldives, we decided that since we have good temperatures all around the year, we get enough solar energy, so we go with the solar method as well. I would like to highlight some of the incentives that the Maldivian government is giving to encourage people to come in and choose a more environmentally friendly method, friendly choice than the conventional methods. We have a zero import duty on electric vehicles or environmentally friendly vehicles. Secondly, we are also planning to ease the process of registration for environmentally friendly vehicles and plan to help transition the taxis to low emission vehicles or zero emission vehicles with financial incentives. In addition to those, just like Costa Rica highlighted, we also have allocated dedicated parking spaces for the for zero emission vehicles or the low emission vehicles. And that being said, we also face the same issues that all my other counterparts have mentioned. The coordination and cooperation on intergovernmental levels are key to success, and urban planning needs to be in alignment with the demand and usage of vehicles and the requirements of mobility. The future of mobility is affordable and effective low-emission transport, public transport. That would not only reduce the number of vehicles, it will also improve the quality of life, improve walkability, and encourage greener forms of transport. We need to identify the most demanded commute routes and ensure there's sustainable public transport options available. For countries starting out the transitions, it's also a worthy policy to establish a carbon offsetting scheme in land transport to ensure that accumulations of those taxes and fees are contributed to a fund where you can venture out to transitioning into low emission transport. Transport policy is something that affects everyone. Each and every citizen is affected. This is something we should keep reminding ourselves when making decisions to ensure inclusivity and sensitivity of those requiring different needs are taken into account. Finally, the regulatory framework is the piece that puts the puzzle together. We must accept that technologies are ever-changing, advancing, and more times than not, faster than the government policies and regulatory framework. This is where we in the Maldives have set up a mechanism where we get private sector stakeholders and industry partners to share their comments on our new primary and secondary legislations before they are ratified. We need to make sure that the industry's voice is heard, because most times than not, the industry has listened to the consumers, and that way we go full circle in adapting it to and implementing the newer technologies. As I close, my last and final message is that we need to keep the voice championing climate action alive. Us in the transport sector can have a huge impact on how our world shapes up and how we pass it on to the generations to come. We must ensure that the voices of marginalized groups, men, women, young people, persons with disabilities, and the elderly are taken into account in policy making. We must engage with the private sector whilst also ensuring that leadership and clear lines of institutional responsibility and accountability are taken care of. It's our duty to ensure that no states are left behind, and we go that mile further to help the states in need, share our experiences, and come out stronger and better as for the sake of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for these words, and also sharing your experience. That is very. Also, it's interesting to see how close are the realities from the other side of the world. So, and even you have bigger challenges that we have here. So, anything, I think I'm speaking for everybody, that anything that can help you from here, from any country that you hear that makes sense to have bilaterals to speed up your processes, happy to contribute on that. So finally, I will switch to Spanish maybe. Voy a cambiar a, you have your translation, can I?
Yeah, sure.
You have, maybe you want to pick up your, yes, that way I will switch back to Spanish. Alejandro,
CAF is I worked in CAF. We worked together when I started in climate change, so it's a pleasure to have CAF here where I began. And CAF is a development bank. I'm going to explain this because CAF does not mean a lot in Asia. It is a development bank like the World Bank or the IDB, but specifically for the region, although it has partners in Europe that I know of, in Italy and Spain and Portugal. And they fulfill a very important role in financing of transportation, and he is here with us, so I wanted to give the opportunity to Alejandro to tell us about your impressions first about the event as well, but conclusions for the region, and I hope that this report we are drafting today is useful not only for the development of the UNDP portfolio, but also for CAF, because what we want to do is speed up NDCs, and what we need is financing to implement all these strategies. So in that sense, what is CAF doing to drive the change in transportation, which, remember I was, when we ran the first methodology for Transmillennium and other transportation systems when I was there. So we have a long tradition of supporting transportation. And what are you doing? Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and it's a pleasure for me to be here with you and share some of the activities that CAF is conducting. Like Gianluca said, us in CAF have a long trajectory, more than 20 years in working in driving sustainable mobility in the region. We began with the design of methodologies for driving the BRTs with Transmillennium in Colombia, the transportation system, and we've been migrating to different programs and initiatives to disseminate electromobility. Now, today, knowing that to reaching the emissions reduction goals of the Paris Accord is to move to a low-carbon electric mobility, we decided to work in a regional program together with the French Agency for Development, the German Bank, and the Technical Corporation of Germany to help electric mobility to be implemented in these countries, to access, for example, concession resources from the Green Climate Fund, to specifically implement electromobility. CAF is leading within this general program with the other development banks, where we are going to be dedicated to support Paraguay, Panama, and Uruguay in the design and implementation of electromobility. This program, some people mentioned it, it's called eMotion, and it's a program to migrate holistically the implementation of electromobility. So basically it is a program that has $231 million, which has 4 components. The first component is addressed at creating everything that is the strengthening of capacities and creating the enabling framework for these 3 countries to be able to establish the regulatory framework and the incentives and close the gaps that then in a following stage will allow electromobility to penetrate or be implemented without incentives. Now the other 3 components are formed by a financing program with preferential rates, interest rates, to replace buses. The third component is to replace light cargo vehicles, and the fourth component is to replace or to build charging stations. Obviously, we know that in some of the countries, the majority of the countries have certain barriers, and through these new mechanisms we want to implement with these new financing schemes, what we're seeing is that we're expanding the repayment terms, and with the help of financing, one of the main barriers which is preventing the massification of electric buses, can be eliminated. We have the financial models, we have the strategy, and fortunately, after a couple of years of working with the Green Climate Fund, last year in October, the fund approved the resources, and last week we managed to sign the agreement, which is a contract with the Green Climate Fund, to implement it in about 3 months. So this would be basically what I was telling you briefly, what we're doing on electromobility. Now, regarding the closing remarks, I am very glad to have had the opportunity to take part in this workshop, and I am very happy to see that although we do have these environmental, economic, social barriers, the countries are still advancing. They are managing to find mechanisms and formulas that are allowing the massive implementation or insertion of the electric buses. There are countries like Chile, which have a pretty important fleet of replacing diesel buses in the region, and also there are other examples like the case of Mexico, Colombia, and we believe this kind of dialogues and activities effectively contribute to generate the knowledge and also take some lessons learned, so that after these activities, obviously we have to adapt them to the reality of other countries, can be implemented, and that help the transition being quicker, having all the experiences that have been generated in the region. Perfect. Thank you very much. And I'm glad that this has been good for you. And the final words I wanted to say, like Hernan said, we're going to be publishing in this. You can't see it. On the screen you see the QR code. If you want to, please capture that or take a picture of that QR code, because that's where we're going to upload the presentations. Everything has been recorded in English and in Spanish. I understand that we have both channels. We are going to see how we edit this, and we have all the presentations, and the last from Vietnam. This is going to be, I understand, the videos are going to be in the website. So the videos easy. So you go to the Climate Promise website. It is not difficult to find it in Google, and in the events you will have this event which has been recorded, and inside you can enter, but I understand that they're not public. They're going to be public, right? Also, they are in the UNDP YouTube channel as well. So you're going to have access to each word that was said here, and but also the publication of the regional summary document. Well, Catherine is going to continue working with the different countries in analyzing in depth. If any country that hasn't been contacted, you have contact with all the countries? Not all of them? This is the time to contact them. Yes, all those who are here, well, there are countries that couldn't come due to visa restrictions, mainly, and or I think Trinidad was able to come, but they couldn't make it because they were busy. So this publication is going to be ready by June, July, yes, depending on the work it takes. But before the end of the year, we're going to have the publication ready, and the idea is going to help be a sort of base document to continue advancing in this process. Thank you very much. With this, we end the workshop. Wait, 1 second. I'm sorry. Are there any questions? If there's a question, this is the moment. Sorry. Another microphone, please, if there are any questions. Thank you very much for this meeting. I would like to share with you, to all those who are about to create or purchase electric fleet, from our experience, it would be very nice to invite you, to anyone who wants to operate or work in these implementations, can go maybe with Transmilenio or ourselves with Metrobus or Medbus, that we already have an operating fleet, or with Quito. Please go work with us 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and get involved in everything that it implies, that we work together, a model, that we work together, the technical, economic viability, the design, the bus, because only in that way you can make these projects a reality. So it will be a pleasure to invite you to come to Mexico, to work with us, to stay a while, a reasonable time, so we can learn together. Thank you. Great. It is an excellent idea, and I believe that there would be also possible to have a South-South cooperation between the countries of Climate Promise. We could try to see how to support in these processes. So anyone who's interested, well, we can help in this. So, and we're going to be making this technological change of all the Metrobus lines while they are reaching the end of their life cycles. We're working on line 4, we're working on the yard, the financial model, and we're working with the banks to be able to have a viable loan. And if you get involved with us in this process, I assure you that the acceleration of the change will be a lot faster. Well, perfect. And now that you mention it, this is in public transportation. However, I had an offering from Toyota, but from Vivian, that if there was if anybody wanted to know deeper, if some group of countries who are implementing fleets with hydrogen want to get to know the plant in Brazil, that we could maybe coordinate something to be able to accelerate this process of getting acquainted with the plant and everything. Perfect. Any other questions, doubt, suggestions, idea? Nope. Very well then. I believe we are done. Thank you very much.